I got it. I think I have it. I think. Right? Let me just get us now where we need to be again. You guys have seen so many close-ups of me that you probably never want to see again. So I'm just going to move myself out of view for a little bit, for a little minute here, okay? Okay, we're here now. Third time is the charm. All right. Well, nothing like, guess it's a good thing I wore deodorant today, right? Although you guys aren't with me, so you wouldn't know otherwise, but holy Hannah! You guys, I'm so sorry. Oh, one more. There's a big old blip in the middle of the camera. Just one more and we'll be there, okay? Just one more. Okay. Okay, hi. Hello, happy Saturday. Normally I would say to those of you that are new, I probably need to say that now because anyone that was new here was like, I don't know what kind of blank show this is, but I know, I have time for this. Apologies for the technical difficulties. I will tell you, this is very interesting. Maybe it was a premonition, I don't know. This morning as I was kind of filling in some of my lists, one of the lists that we're doing next week, well, we're together again. We're together again on the 24th. This was one of the goals I wrote down this morning. One of our lists for next week, or for 2 weeks, on the 24th. Focus goals. Number one, ready for the Saturday sessions on Friday. I was talking to Becky, my graphic designer, yesterday. We're talking about lots of different things because we're just wrapping up all the designing of the next collection, which will be released in May, which I'm very excited about. But all that has to get uploaded to China so they can start working on the product. I was just saying how sometimes I work best under pressure. And if I know I have a lot of time to get something done, sometimes it's too much time and I just kind of wait and procrastinate. Anybody else out there like that? Yeah. I have been feeling that pressure more and more and more and more on our Saturdays because so much is going on right now during the weeks and I'm not giving myself enough time to prepare. So on Saturday mornings, even though I was up at 6 a.m., 4 hours before we start, I end up running around like my hair's on fire. And that's kind of where we were today. Although when the time hit for us to start, pardon me, it was ready, and then in my haste of turning the phone, whatever I was doing, I cut the sound. And YouTube is just it's very finicky. Once something goes wrong on YouTube, it is impossible to recover from. So, and I appreciate you guys, all of your suggestions about maybe it's this or try this or whatever it is, but it is what it is. So, thank you. For those of you that are here and found me not once, but twice, but now for the third time, welcome to you. It's coffee time, so I'm going to have some coffee, a sip or two, and then we'll dive in, okay? So I can just kind of take a deep breath. Take a deep breath. All right, coffee. Oh, hello, Mom. Hello. No, you're not late again, Mom. You're not late. I'm late. I am late. Yeah. Just some technical difficulties this morning. I will share with everyone, if you haven't heard me already say this, we are in the middle of a lot of things here, mail by mail. We are, hopefully Monday, getting the final negotiations done on a warehouse space, and then we will be moving February, March-ish, and then as soon as that's done, my kind of studio where I film, will be moving downstairs into a room. And all of the filming equipment is changing. I will have a video camera and a camera. Everything will be in fixed position. So none of this rotating, flipping, forgetting to set one thing up, turning off the sound on accident. All of that is going away. But it's super involved. So as much as I would love to say, I've got to figure it out now, it needs to wait until those things happen first. So just bear with me as we continue to have, as I continue to have just technical difficulties. But just know there's a plan in place, right? There's a plan. So we've got a plan. All right. Thank you about my shirt. It is from, I don't know, Ricky was telling me about a place online called Oxnet. And it's from Oxnet. And I ordered, I don't know, 5 or 6. And they came in the mail yesterday. And I was trying them on. And I thought this would be a fun. It hits both sides of me, where it's a little conservative, like this part, but then the pattern is a little bit fun and playful, because I am a little bit conservative in my real life when it comes to clothing. Lots of navies and blacks and tans and whites and creams. So that kind of fits this part, but then this part fits like how most of you know me, the teaching Lael, the fun Lael, anyhow. So let's say welcome. Let's say welcome. Hello, happy Saturday, friends. Nice to see you. Thank you for joining me. Thank you for hanging in there with the technical difficulties. If we have not met before, just know I'm just like you. I'm just like you. I'm getting to the point where I will be a big girl and have some professional filming equipment. Well, I already have it. I just need to, anyhow, you heard what I said. We'll get there, but maybe it just endears you to me even more, endears me to you even more. Just to know that, things just go awry for all of us, right? Even when it's your business. So, welcome to you. Thanks for joining me here today on Saturday. If we've not met before, I have a business called Lael by Mail. When I'm not traveling, we are here on Saturdays doing what I like to call creative listing. And you know what? It's always live. Whatever we do, this is live. And you know what happens when things are live? Sometimes things happen that you can't predict. There's no editing going on when it's live, but that's also part of the fun, right? Knowing that we're all live, hanging out together, and what happens, right? Whatever may be, whatever may be, maybe. So, creative listing. When we get together, we are taking several listing prompts or listing topics that I put out on the blog. Usually a couple days before we go live on Saturdays. I go live on Saturday. And we take those listing prompts or those listing topics and we write lists. But as we're writing lists, we're doing two things. Number one, we're telling a story. A lot of our lists are personal. Pretty much probably 98% of my lists are personal, and then that they're about me. So I am telling my story in a pretty different and unique way than I've probably ever told it before. And I'm writing things that are kind of unique, meaning that they're probably things I haven't told people before, like what I wanted to be when I grew up. Things, professions that would never be in my scope of possibility for one reason or another. Pets that we've had growing up. At this time of year, we do a lot of kind of wrapping up of the past year of 2025 and looking forward to 2026. So those are some of our lists that we will be doing today. So that's one of the things we're doing is we are telling a story. Really approachable way though, because we're list making. A lot of times when I talk to people, they say, I don't want to write, I don't like to write, I don't know what to say, I'm not Ernest Hemingway, so no, I'm not going to do it. And I say, hey, have you ever made a spelling list? Have you ever made a grocery list? Have you made a to-do list? How have you ever made a bucket list or a Christmas card list? Pretty much any kind of list. And you go, oh yeah, no, that's easy. I live and die by my lists and I can do that, no problem. Hands tied behind my back. And I say, okay, so you can do this, because that's all we're doing is we're making a list. We don't have to be Ernest Hemingway. We're not trying to come up with some, eloquent paragraph explaining what we wanted to be when we grew up, right? It's just a list. So it's the first thing that we do. But the second thing that we do is we pair creative play with that. So we are playing with stamps and die cuts and papers and stickers, washi tape, all different kinds of things. So we're kind of scratching another itch that way. A lot of us are creative people. We like to be creative. And for me, I find that if I'm not being creative on a daily-ish basis, it really starts to affect me. I like to be creative. I need to be creative. So this is also a way to get your creativity in, but it's also a way to get some play in. Because we're working, at least I'm working in a smaller space, I'm working in a traveler's notebook. So that kind of gives me an opportunity to play, maybe try some different techniques that I wouldn't try before, or experiment with different kinds of products. And so that's what we're doing here. All right, so welcome to you, and thanks for hanging out with me. We've been doing this for about 5.5 years. So if you are new to my YouTube channel, there are 5.5 years worth of these out there. I did a little bit of number crunching this morning, at least for this year, kind of give you a point of reference on about how many we've done this year. But in total, we've done more than 500 lists, probably about 550 lists over the last 5.5 years. So if you've joined us at any time, welcome to you. There is a live chat that takes place, and that's how you guys were communicating with me 2 videos ago this morning, that there was no sound. So live chat is a great place for us to connect and chat, and you guys to say hi and let me know who's here. So I'm just going to take a brief minute and check out the chat and see who's here. So if you are here and you want to pop in the chat and just say hello, that would be amazing. I would love that. And if you are here and you would rather not do that, a thumbs up Well, really, either way, a thumbs up is super helpful. So I love a thumbs up. Let me check the chat and then we'll get going since we're a little bit behind. Okay, okay. All right. So I tell you, can't wait till the whole new setup is ready to go. I just can't wait. Hello, Heather Graham. Yes, third time is a charm. You guys, thanks for sticking with me. I appreciate it. Susie Sewell. Hi, Susie. Hello, Anne. Vikaj. Hello, hello. Yeah, we're good. Fingers, toes. All of you are crossing fingers and toes, and so we're good now. Hello, Elizabeth, John, One Crafty Bee Creations. Good morning. Oh, good. Some of you say you were late, and so it worked out that I'm all here for you guys. Like, if I know you're running late, I'll push in some technical difficulties so everyone can get here when they're ready. That's what I did. Well, let's just go with that. That's what I did. Hello, Jolene, Brenda Bratton, Andrea Skinner. Hello, hello. Melissa Livingston. Melissa. I got your email yesterday. I will reach out. We can just kind of touch base about what you had offered. I really appreciate that. I have a whole plan, new software and everything in place, but I'd love to just bounce it off your husband because appreciate the offer, very much so. Hello, Dawn. Hello, Andrea. Oh, okay, so I saw Dawn just say something about, did I meet any of you in Texas? Here's something really, really important. I've had lots of emails about Little Craft Fest this year. So Little Craft Fest, if you are not aware, is a stationary event. Stationary like pens and pencils and paper, not stationary like fixed in position. It is a stationary event that takes place, this is the second year, in Conroe, Texas, late April. It is, Conroe's a suburb of Houston. It is an event that I vended at last year and also taught workshops at last year. This is their second annual. They just announced in the last couple of days that ticket sales are going up next week. So if you have been waiting for ticket sales to go up for that, go to Instagram, Little Craft Fest or Little Craft Fest. Go to littlecraftfest.com. You'll see more information about that. But up until this point, if you had gone to their website, it showed that all tickets were sold out. And that is because they had not opened up ticket sales yet. So want to make sure I get that out there so you know. Let's see. Bev Hillis, hello from Montana. Yes, you just like YouTube tag, Jamie, like telephone tag, but it's YouTube tag. Okay, now Kate said, worth the wait, I'm sure, or worth the wait for sure. So now I've got some big expectations to live up to, right? All good. Hello, Dawn is from Calgary. Hello, Zen Girls. Also appreciative that we were running late. Technical difficulties. Thank you, Louisa. Yeah, you guys, I mean, it's stressful. But you know what? At the same time, what do? I mean, I could get worked up and cry and scream and yell and swear, which, you know, are all possibilities. But what do? I mean, none of that helps. So try to remain calm. And here we go. Yes, this is the new link, Debbie Serapi. We are here. You guys, thank you, Michelle, also for your kind words about being worth the wait. You guys can hear me. You can see me. Yay. Hello, Tabitha, the Queen Bee. Laura Cahill, hello. Yes, Laura's saying snow here in Colorado finally. Same in Utah. We got snow here earlier this week. Now, I was in LA with the palm trees, so I missed the snow falling, but it is here on the ground. Finally, we were in desperate need of that. Hello, Debbie Watson. Hello, Emma Rosario. Emma and Debbie, are you guys together? Just curious, are you together? Hello, Pirate Wench, Paula and Shane, Show 571, Virginia Bush, thank you. Don't stress. She said, don't stress, right? What do you do? Kelly Martin, Debbie, hello. Hi, Debbie House. Fun to see you. Hi, Terry. Crafty Girl Sherry, I love it. You will follow me anywhere. Thank you. Thank you guys for being so sweet. I love you. All right. Run Punky Boo, hello. Hi, Joyce. Yes, fun shirt. Thank you. Jane said it's been almost... Jane and I were communicating back and forth a couple times this week via email. And Jane, I'm just, although I'm very sad for you that you weren't able to be here the last 2 years because of what you were going through with your family, I'm glad that you're here joining us today. So I'm glad that we can try to help lift your spirits maybe, but very happy that you're joining us. Hi, Carla. Tiffany Hopkins from California. KNBC Nora from the Northeast. Wendy McTurk, hello again. Hello, Deborah. Third time's a charm. Thank you. You're here watching for a while around here. Say hi to Joshua, please. Miss the deer legs hanging from the bookcase. I know, right? I know. No more deer legs. One point I'll bring the deer legs out. It was a stuffed animal. Don't think that I'm a hunter. No, there's nothing wrong with that, but there were not actual deer legs hanging from here. It was a cute little stuffed animal somebody gave me. But that's funny, right? I know. We're back to the regular background. Hello again, Mom. Bernadine Cattell, hello Heather. Virginia Bush, and I think I've probably said hello to most of you already, but hello Debbie Collier, nice to see you. Yes, you guys are. Debbie and Emma are together. I love that for you guys. Love it, love it, love it. I'll just share this little story. Emma, Debbie, I've known for years, and Debbie introduced her friend Emma to me, which I love that when you guys share, when you spread the word about me and what we do and so forth. But Deba, that's your name, Deba. Debbie and Emma were together, and Emma sent me an email saying, holy cow, Debbie and I just totally cleaned out, reorganized my crafting space, and I have bought many of duplicate stamps. And so I just kind of got a little, just to know you're not alone, Emma. A lot of people do that. And so she reached out and said, can we make this work? And I said, of course. But Debbie is also saying she can't buy any more inserts either. Emma can't, because she has a lot of those too. All right, you guys, I know it's 12:30. Yes, 12:30 Eastern time, live now. So normally we do 10 a.m. Mountain time, so 9 a.m. Pacific time. That is always the plan, unless otherwise stated. We're just running a little behind today due to technical difficulties. You guys are so sweet. Thank you. You guys are so sweet. All right. I will pop a link in the Facebook group later today. All right. Or probably tomorrow. East Coast LCSW. Mostly online, because when I'm in town, usually at home, I don't leave the house because just lots of working. But I will share. Okay, friends. So I have just scrolled all the way down. I have just sped through the rest of the chat. If you are here, obviously, if you're not here, you can't hear me. Just welcome. If you type something, a question or a comment that you would like me to see, hold off on that for a second. Once I rotate the camera, it becomes a lot easier for me to see that. So then I can kind of pay attention to what I'm doing and then also see you guys at the same time. So just a little bit easier. But if I didn't shout you out, welcome. Nice to have you here. All right, friends. Deba, yeah, that was good, huh? All right. Amy, so, Terry, Amy and I were together Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. We were in LA for a 2026 planning session. I'm not sure if she's joining us. She has a huge amount of work on her plate. Day and a half we spent getting the entire 2025 idea book ready, which is last year's idea book, which always comes out in March of 2026. So we may see her, we may not. Terry, if you want to pop links in, that would be amazing, but no pressure. All right, friends, let's do this. Let's go ahead and rotate the camera and let's just dive in, okay? Let's do that. Let's rotate and dive in. Okay, there we go. Again, once we get all moved to the warehouse and the whole new kind of filming studio set up, all of this, clunkiness will go away. Colleen, thank you, my friend, plugging in now. Because wouldn't that be the icing on the cake after about 3 hours? I just lose you guys because we lost power. All right, I think we are ready to roll, right? 45 minutes in. Yeah, that's good. I love that for us, 45 minutes in. Okay. So time limit. We have 4 lists I would like to get through today. So not necessarily a time limit. Nick is skiing. My husband's skiing. He will be back around 3 o'clock. We have to go get his suit for Jack's wedding. So that is the one thing that we have to get done today. Otherwise, and he's skiing new snow, so it could be a while. Maybe he's a little bit late. So not really any time limit. Thank you. Okay, friends. So here we go. When we were together last week, we did 3 lists, right? We did 3 lists. They were pretty heavy. I mean, heavy in terms of lots of work, at least lots of work, lots of detail for me. As I mentioned, when we get to this point in the year, a lot of our time spent listing is doing recap lists of a year. So that's kind of what we were doing a little bit last week. The number one, our first list was about last month for the month of December. So this is a list we've been doing since August of 2020. About last month is a list that I do every month, rain or shine, where I just make kind of a run-on list of things that happened. I pair it with photos. So December was a big month for us in terms of lots of travel, birthdays, holiday, things like that. So with this little one, and if you want to see how I did this, you can go back to our listing session on the 3rd and watch what I did. But this one has a couple of different interactive elements. So this little guy lifts up. That is a dog door. A dog door is a door that hinges from the top and opens from the bottom. That's a dog door. And this guy is a oven door. Oven door hinges from the bottom, opens up at the top, and then reveals a larger photo. So one of the things I will still do, I need to add some photos here and photos here. So what I figured, that is 12 photos. I should be able to do the same thing here and here to give me 24, and that one would make 25. 25 photos on one 5 by 8.25 page. So interactive elements or techniques like that are a great way to add quite a few photos when you are working in a smaller space. I will talk about photos in one of our lists today, so I'm going to skip that for now. But when we get to that list, I've done something similar in terms of this collage here, and I will talk about what I use to do that. So hang tight with me there. Next list that we did was a year-end wrap-up, and this is about last year, 2025. So throughout a year, we do 12 of our About Last Month lists, and then the 13th for the year, for me, is always a wrap-up for the entire year. And that is a very easy list for me to do because I have been doing this for all 12 months. So all I need to do is refer back to my list for each month and then kind of pull one or two things out that maybe were the highlights of that month. And that's what becomes my About Last Year. So what I did here, we did a little bit of masking with washi tape. So I put a piece of washi tape down on my Traveler's Notebook insert here, and I stamped 2025 on top of that, created a mask. So basically, when I pulled off of that washi, the stamp had stamped on top of the washi, but when I pulled off the mask or the washi, it left a blank space in the middle of those numbers. And then I wrote About Last Year. So actually last night I went in and kind of drew a little banner. I kind of took that space, drew a little banner, and then colored it in just to give it a little bit more of pizzazz. A lot of photos, right? So our About Last Month, typically I do a lot of photos. So when you get to the end of a year, you're recapping a year, there are a lot of photos. So I use the in the camera stamp and the in the camera die, metal die to cut out that camera. And then again, and I will talk about this when we get to one of our lists today, I printed all of these little photos. Pardon me. I still have some throat and voice issues going on. I go to the doctor next week, so hopefully we'll have an idea there of what's happening. Anyhow, I printed several, pardon my reach, photos like this, and then just cut them apart. So that's what we're seeing here, kind of our little photo booth strips, right? And I don't remember, I think we got about 35 or 38 photos, again, on this one single page because of the pocket. And the pocket, they're letting me add lots of photo strips, film strips, all right? Okay. Stamp Booker, how do I recommend using my new monthly calendar Traveler's Notebook? There's a calendar for each page and then a blank double page. I was thinking of making a month in review spread. Will you be using this, Tien? So Stamp Booker, I have been using it a number of times already. What I would recommend, if you go here on my YouTube channel, there is a free class, and it is my January Traveler's Notebook setup. So towards the end of that class, I pull out that monthly calendar, and I am showing you how I set up my calendar and then giving you ideas for what you might do on those in between pages. But yes, I am using that every month as part of kind of that free class. And that will always take place at the end of the free class. So every month, you'll have a Traveler's Notebook setup. We just did January at the end of December, And we will do February at the end of January and so forth. That's a great question. Also, a number of my design team members are also using that exact same monthly insert, but for a lot of different things. Some people are using it for memory planning, and if you're using it for memory planning, you have that extra spread to kind of really add more photos or whatever you'd like. Someone else here has just said she is putting her in the news in the in-between spreads, either of the year in review project kit that some of you have done with me, or in between like a monthly calendar insert. So lots and lots and lots of different options. Hello, Amy. Hi. Amy, you missed the whole debacle of the tech issues. You guys, I'm so happy to say right now, there are 171 of you watching at least, which means you guys stuck with me through all that weird technical difficulties. So, I can breathe a sigh of relief. Thanks, Amy. And thank you, Terry, for offering. All right, so that was our second list. Our third list is kind of started our entry into lists for 2026 or a brand new year. So as I mentioned, we have a number of lists that we will kind of go back to a little bit in the next week or so, in the next 2 weeks that wrap up 2025, and then also move forward into lists for 2026. One of those is things I'm looking forward to this year. This one is always a really important thing to me to do. We actually always do 6 of these in a year. Things I'm looking forward to this year, things I'm looking forward to this winter, spring, summer, fall, and Christmas. And for me, it's really important to try to do a list like this to identify things I'm looking forward to, even if it may seem like there aren't things I'm looking forward to, right? So when we do this type of list, we talk a lot about some different ideas. If you feel like you don't have anything to look forward to, I would encourage you to go back to when we did this list, and that was on the 3rd of January, 2026, and fast forward to this list and maybe just kind of listen about some suggestions I'm giving or ideas, and then I'm also reading suggestions that people had brought up in the chat. But for this one, I used some product from the brand new winter spring season pass. So let's talk about season pass for a moment. You guys, middle of December, I launched 2 big things. One was the 2026 winter spring season pass. The other one was the 2026 year in review project kit. You guys, we sold out of both of those in 2 weeks. I have never been so blown away in my life. The winter spring season pass should have lasted us through March, right? Because it's for the months of January, February, March, sold out in 2 weeks. The year in review project kit, every year, I think this is the 5th or 6th year I've done a year in review project kit. So I've got a pretty good idea on demand and the demand and how it's spaced out. I, for the last 2 or 3 years, have planned on quantities to get us through September because people keep kind of joining in. To get us through September, you guys, we sold out of that in 2 weeks. Which just the reception of those 2 things, I can't even tell you, has been so amazing. Just blew my socks off, blew my mind. Both of those things have been reordered. The products in winter spring season pass have been reordered. Limited quantities. So I put out there wait lists and things like that. If you missed out on the winter spring season pass, either the a la carte items or the kit itself, please shoot me an email, lailbymail@gmail.com. I will put you on a waiting list. The way that waiting list is looking, it will probably be full before the products come back in, meaning the products will come in and the people on the waiting list will get those products. And I wish we could keep ordering more, but some of those products are from overseas. And our factory overseas has been amazing in working with us in order to let us go lower quantities on a reorder than normally would ever be possible. And we've had to just cut that off. So we have this many coming. And so I will continue working with that through the month of March, as will the design team. And just amazing designs. My graphic designer, Becky, that started working with us about halfway through 2025, it just continues to hit things out of the park. Year in review also is on reorder. Both of those are expected to come out early February. Now, year in review, Lily and Denise that do all of the order processing, they were able to pull some things together. They were able to put together now, well, I'll add them tomorrow, but 38 more of the year in review kits. So that's not all there will be. We have reordered those. Those will come back in early December. But if you are waiting for a year in review kit to come back, go to lailbymail.com, click on that 2026 year in review project kit, and hit the button that says email me when available. Okay, that's super important so that you'll be notified, and then you can take it from there. All right, so that was our second list, things I'm looking forward to this year. What I decided to do was I am going to pair that with right here. I'm going to do another version of that list here, things I'm not looking forward to this year. And you know what? We can be honest. There are things I'm not looking forward to. We are moving to a new warehouse. My business is out of my home today. So when I say a new warehouse, I mean we're moving to a warehouse. That is going to be an incredible amount of work. It is going to be an incredible amount of packing and unpacking and organizing and spending a big chunk of change on racking and all of that. But it's a very good thing. So that's one of the things I'm looking forward to, but also one of the things I'm not looking forward to. So not everything in life is sunshine and rainbows, right? It's okay to make a list about something you're not looking forward to, or something that made you really angry, or things that triggered you, right? In most cases, we keep things positive here, but so that is another list that I will do. And I will do that probably before we're together again in 2 weeks. But yeah, had lots of fun. We did some stamping, pulled out some rub-ons that are part of Season Pass, did some really fun things there. And that was our third list. All right. I know, moving packing party. Well, I will tell you what, there will be a moving sale. And moving sale won't be on any Lail by Mail products, maybe 1 or 2 old kits. But just some product that we just don't want to move. All right. We just don't want to move. So watch for that. As soon as I know, soon as we sign the lease on the new warehouse space, that is when I will announce the packing party, announce the moving sale. All right, one more thing. One more. And then we'll jump into our list. This Wednesday is a big day. This Wednesday, January 14th. Now, it's a big day for a couple of reasons. That is my mother's birthday. It is also our older son, Jack's birthday. It is also the January release. So, Wednesday night, if you want to join me here on YouTube, January 14th, 2026, I will be unveiling all of the products in the January release. Some really cool things, you guys, really cool things. And last night, I played with a new set of rub-ons. So there's a little sneak. Maybe I'll show you at the end. Diana, there will be a will call at the new space. So those of you that are local to Utah, there will be will call at the new space. So we just got to get in and get settled. And yes, there will be certain hours for will call. All right. So let's dive in, shall we? Let's do it. Julie, your birthday is January 13th. Well, happy birthday. Yeah, lots going on, Joyce. Lots going on, lots of moving parts. Idea book, like I mentioned, wrapping up the next collection, which is travel collection. It will launch the first weekend in May for National Scrapbook Day. I will tell you if you want to know the name. It is called Far and Wide. We are doing some really fun things we haven't done before. I think you guys are going to love that travel collections. Zen Girls asked, is Denver local to you? Well, I don't know. I guess it depends. It would be local in comparison to like New York or maybe like Japan, but probably not as local as you would like it to be, unless you happen to be in Utah for some reason. Good morning, Sarah Foss. All right, so our first list is things I learned last year. All right, things I learned last year. That one is one that when we look at these lists that we typically do, that would be, hang tight, please. Hold, please. Hold, please. I'm still not all the way unpacked. Well, let's be honest, I'm still not unpacked at all. Not unpacked at all. Here we go. I needed to grab an idea book. I'm also leaving town again on Thursday, so I'll probably just open a suitcase and take some things out and put some new things in. All right. All right. What I was going to share, this kind of things I've learned, things I'd like to forget, things I'm looking forward to. Those are lists that we have been doing for the last, well, I think we started doing them back in 2021. So as I pull out the original idea book for the years 2020, 21, and 22, looking forward to things I want to learn, things I want to focus on, This one is, oh yeah, things I learned, right? So sometimes when I look at lists like this and I'm thinking about things I learned, and if I have a hard time, maybe things coming to the top of my head that I learned, I might think, "Ooh, did I learn anything?" Um, then I will go back and take a look at either the idea book or go through some of my past lists to kind of get reminders, because this is one of those lists, you guys. Sometimes doing a list like things I did well this year, or doing a list like things I learned, sometimes a little bit hard, right? It's a little bit hard to remember some of those things. Sometimes when we are doing lists like that, I feel like in my head that they need to be big things. Like, what did I learn? Did I learn the meaning of life? Did I learn, I don't know what other things you could learn. I don't know. But sometimes I think, you know what, they don't have to be big like that. Really, it could be anything. Nick and I, part of our Saturday morning routine, as I'm running around like a chicken with my head cut off, is we just talk about what the list topics are going to be, because sometimes I'm like, Nick, I need help. What did I learn? And one that he threw out, not on my list, he said, well, one of the things that you learned is why there's so much scaffolding in New York City. And I said, okay, well, yeah, I did learn that, but that's not really what I'm going for the full year. But it could be something like that. Maybe you had always wondered why there's so much scaffolding in New York City. And now I don't even remember why. But it could be things like that. Maybe you learned how to cook. Maybe you learned how to knit. Maybe you learned how to start a garden. Maybe you learned how to fix your broken toilet. I don't know, whatever it is. So that's our first list. Things that I learned last year. So for this, I have a big giant kind of mess going here. I am going to use some products from the Take Note collection, the Simple Stories Take Note collection. This is a collection that they always once a year do a collection like this. Last year it was called For the Record, and I bring that up because a couple of you had reached out and said, when is Simple Stories coming out with their collection that they always have this time of year? And I said, it's here. It's Take Note. And this one is good because it is pretty generic, right? It's generic. This is the 12 by 12 sticker sheet. It's pretty generic. Things that will make it just, you can use for a lot of different things. If those of you that follow Simple Stories and like to get Simple Stories products from me, they have a new release that I will be receiving in February. One of the big changes they've made, 12 by 12 stickers will now be packaged in to 6 by 12. So they'll be folded like this in a package. So for those of you that aren't necessarily 12 by 12, work with 12 by 12 products, like maybe scrapbookers, they'll be a little bit easier to handle. I will tell you that yesterday, Becky, and I noticed that Becky was here. If you guys haven't met Becky before, say hello to Becky. Becky Moore MT. Becky lives in Montana. That's MT. She's my graphic designer. Started working with us in mid 2025 and doing packaging and stamp and die design. So if you've enjoyed our stamps and dies over the last 6 months, Becky's the mastermind behind that, with me saying, hey, I would love it. Could you make us this? Could you make us that? And then she takes my very basic vision and, makes it amazing. But she also designed winter, spring season pass and also year in review. All of that to say, yesterday, we worked on the stickers. There are new stickers coming for Far and Wide for that collection. They also are in a 6 by 12 half sheet like that. So anyhow, I get excited and want to share. So things I learned last year. So what I am going to do, I have pulled out a stamp set. The All the Things stamp set is a stamp set that we use quite a bit this time of year. Your All the Things stamp set, it's kind of like a Garanimals stamp set. And if Garanimals is not a term that is familiar to you, back when I was a kid, I don't even think I ever had any. I think it just was, they had commercials on TV a lot. Mom, did I ever have Garanimals? Anyhow, Garanimals. Basically, I think they had little colored labels, so on all the kids' clothes. So if you put the yellow label of shirt with the yellow label of the pants or shorts or skirt, those would match. So it's kind of what we have going on here. It's kind of a mix and match stamp set. You have some very basic prompts. My favorite things about, things I'm, things I'd like to, things I. Those are getting paired with all of these handwritten words. So you can kind of mix and match your titles. The one that we'll be doing today is things I learned last year. My favorite things about winter. Things I'm looking forward to next year. Things I'd like to do over. Things I remember. Things I dislike. Things I wish. Things I'd like to do again. So you kind of get a feel for how that stamp set would work. But we're going to do things I learned this year. So let me grab my, kind of backwards today. I've got my things that I normally have on the left or on the right and vice versa. All right, so let's grab this little guy and we have things I learned last. I am putting my stamps here. This is just a really inexpensive clear acrylic frame that you find at like the dollar store. But I'm putting my stamps on there. That's something that Tabitha Tolleson had recommended. She's, one of you guys. But usually what happens, things I learned last year. Usually what happens is I pull off all my stamps like that, and then I set them down somewhere, and then something else picks them back up, and then I can't find them. So put a little stand like that if that happens to you. Oh, there we go, April. You matched up animals. Tiger, duh, that makes sense. Garanimals, garments that are animals, garanimals. You matched up the animals. A tiger coordinated with a tiger. You wanted them. Mom didn't think they actually coordinated and said no. Yeah, I don't think I ever had any. I don't think I ever had any. All right. So there we go. We are using, like I said, products from Take Note, and I have just grabbed a couple of things. I've got my little sketch here to remind me of what I wanted to do, and I have my list over here. So there is a little, no, I think I want to use that. I think I want to. There's one little die cut here that I'm looking for. I will tell you, last night when I should have been preparing for today, so I wasn't running around like with my hair on fire this morning, I worked in my memory planner. And I worked on the first week of the year, and I worked on this week too. And I had so much fun. I don't know. I got so much out of it. I probably worked on it for 2 hours. I was so happy and excited, and just creative play, right? Sometimes we just need that creative play. Where is my little thing that says, oh, okay. Sorry, I would never find that. I am looking for this guy, that sticker that says you got this. I will be pairing that with good things. All right. So things I learned this year, all good things. Even if you learned something really hard, it's still a good thing. If you learned something that you should have been doing that you weren't, or you wanted to be doing that you didn't, still good things because you're identifying that you learned, right? So this guy actually is going to start over here. I think we would like though some pattern paper on here maybe. So maybe this guy over here. And then what would we want to go over here? This guy? Or I just pulled paper out from the 6x8 paper pad. I think these two are going to be good. These are good things that are going to be good. All right, so put that sticker off to the side. Let me grab my trimmer, which I did not get out yet. And so when I'm working in a traveler's notebook, if there is a paper pad available in a collection, 6x8 paper pad, that is what I will use. Carrie, memory planner. You know what? When we are done, if you guys will remind me, I will show you what I'm doing in my memory planner. Tomorrow on Sunday, I will be posting it in the Lail by Mail Facebook group, talking about it a little bit more. There'll be a blog post, and I will also have it on Instagram. So if you are kind of curious as to what that is, something that I started doing in 2017 and then did it for about a year and then haven't done it since and decided that I wanted to start it up again. All right, so when I am working in my traveler's notebook, and incidentally, that is what I use for my creative listing. I work in a traveler's notebook. I work in one of my Lail by Mail traveler notebook inserts. My inserts are standard wide. They are 5 inches wide by 5 inches wide by 8 1/4 tall. So 5 by 8 1/4. So if I can work in a 6 by 8 paper pad or in a 6 by 8 piece of paper, I do. So that is what I've done. I've just trimmed those 6 by 8 papers down to 4 3/4 by 8. They're already 8 inches tall, so I can't really make them bigger. And because I would like to have a nice kind of white even border around my page, I do 4 3/4 by 8. So that is what I have done there. Okay, so, pardon me. In this list, I'm actually going to work off the page, meaning I will create my list here, and then when I'm done, I will come back and add it back on, add my list back on. So next step, I need some pattern paper. I need some white paper, white cardstock. I will be writing my list on white cardstock because that's what I do. That's just what I do. Carrie said, I learned that my Lail crafting budget needs to be way larger. Some of you learned that you should double check your stash before you order another stamp set or something. None of us do that, right? None of us do that. Only you, any of you, only you. Only you can prevent forest fires. Only you can prevent yourself from ordering things that you already own. We have no idea. We do know if we go look at any of your orders, like if you email, and I'm not encouraging you to do so, but if you email and say, hey, Lail, have I already ordered this? We can look at your orders and see if you've already ordered. But nothing flags when you place an order that says, ding, 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 Sally has already ordered that. So we know-ish, but we don't know. Oh, Emma, my friend, don't you feel targeted. I'm telling you, if you asked in the chat, if we did an informal poll right there and said anyone who has ever bought the same thing on accident more than once, doesn't even have to be my product, I would raise my hand so high, I'd probably be the winner of all of us, right? I'd probably be the winner of all of us. Sometimes we accidentally order product twice. Now, let me tell you, I'll make you feel better because you think accidentally ordering a stamp set twice is a bad thing. Sometimes, it doesn't happen very often, but we have been known to order a whole product twice, which can be a lot. Yeah, then you can share with a friend, right? Then you share a friend. Okay, so now I am trimming down my white cardstock. Usually when I'm doing this, it ends up being about 7 inches tall by 3 3/4. Let's do it 4. Let's try 4. We'll see how we do there. I always use white cardstock, always. For the most part, I am using white cardstock when I am making my lists. One thing that is really important about stamping. I just made that. I did that last time too. It's not supposed to be 7, I don't think. Hang on. Rewind. Be kind. Please rewind, like they used to tell us at the Blockbuster. Right? Okay, let's just do this. There we go. There we go. Maybe that's more like 7.5. I don't know. I thought it was 7. Let's see. Or I didn't read my trimmer properly. That's probably what happened. Yeah. There we go. That's like dead on 7. I must not have read my trimmer properly. I don't know. There we go. Maybe it's still the same. I just planned on more room. Whatever. Whatevs. Whatevs. Nope, I had it right before. I did. Stop doubting yourself, Lail. All right, so those are going to be the background bases of my list. See, look it. Emma, we are with you. We are with you. Everyone's raising their hand in the chat. April said, I even have an app of my supplies and I've still made that mistake, right? It just happens. Some of you always double check. Diane, I love it. Diane in all uppercase said, Lord have mercy, hand is up, right? Yes, absolutely. All right. So we are going to use a little bit of colored ink. This guy is going to go down here. And as we look at this guy, we kind of have 3 primary not primary colors because they're not primary colors, but we have three colors that are kind of standing out, right? We have pink and that teal and the yellow. I don't know. I think we'll go with the pink because we have a lot of teal over here. So let's go to our ink. Let's go to our ink swatches to start. I am a firm believer in knowing what you have. And this is different than obviously not buying duplicates, but I swatch all of my colors, whether they're inks, whether they're colored pencils, whether they're pens, because it's much easier when I am trying to match a color, right? I'm kind of looking for this color or this teal color. It is much easier for me to pull out my ink swatches than it is for me to go to all 72 of my Distress Oxide inks and try to find the color I'm looking for. So that I did years ago, and it's been one of the best investments in time that I think I probably made, as it has related to my kind of what I do here, because then everything is just rip roaring and ready to go. This could be fun. I think peacock feathers. I think we might do peacock feathers. And I did that using my the Swatch This Inks stamp set. That is one of the very first stamp sets that I came out with, probably in the top 5. So 3.5 years. And it's for the sole purpose. Oh, someone's going to visit. Someone's jumping up to visit. Go ahead, buddy. Now, stroll your way over. Okay, there you go. Stroll your way to the bucket. Come on. Get over to the bucket. Walk that way. Like Steven Tyler would say, walk that way. He'd say, walk this way. Don't walk this way. Walk that way. Okay, go ahead. Come on. There we go. Reggie wanted to say hello. Hello, Reggie. All right. So we are going to ink the edges. That's what we're going to start out by doing, is inking the edges. Anyhow, what I was saying, that Swatch This stamp set has been out for about 3.5 years. And this is a little bit about me and how I decide what products to release. A lot of it is necessity is the mother of invention. So generally what happens, back then I was starting to stamp with a lot of color and trying to match colors. And I thought, this is ridiculous. I really need something fun so I could swatch my stamps. And then that's how that stamp set came to be. All right, so I am pulling out my little blending tool. I am going to use little foam, my Peacock Feathers foam here. And I'm going to pull that off of that little sheet, and I'm putting it on here. So if you are newer to Lael, you may not know what I'm doing here. This is a storage solution for all of your blending foams, all right? So we have the storage solution. This is Amy's brilliant idea. But we have about 12 different inks right now that you can select when you're purchasing the storage solution. Tim Holtz Distress Oxides, Distress Inks, Ranger, Lisa Horton, Stampin' Up, Gina K, just Stamp Market, Simon Hurley, lots of different ones. But basically, when you're buying the storage solution, you're buying the case, you are getting 2 sheets based on whatever ink that you chose. So in this case, I have Tim Holtz Distress Oxide inks. You receive 40 pre-punched white little circles, and you are doing the swatching. There's circles are not swatched for you. You are doing the swatching. There's a great video that Amy put together walking you through kind of her process and how she does her swatching. With each of those swatches, then after I swatched them, I wrote whatever color it was. You also have 40 of your little Velcro pieces, and it's the Velcro pieces that hold your little foam heads on. So in that storage case, 40, you can store 40. Each sheet, 20, so you can store 40. That's a great way to keep all of those things organized, especially if you are using the domed heads. Some people, if they use the flat heads, will adhere them underneath the ink itself. But your domed heads, because they're domed, they won't work that way because they're too tall. All of that to say, the reason why I'm doing this is I am getting that ink out, getting my little foam blending tool with that Peacock Feathers head on it, and I am inking the edges. Because I'm working in a traveler's notebook, you really can't take the pages out. You end up adding a lot of bulk just by adding flat things like a piece of pattern paper or a sticker or a die cut or something. So all that added dimension really starts to make your traveler's notebook insert chunky. which isn't a bad thing. But if I can do something like this, where I am inking the edges of a layer that is already going to go down this white cardstock, if I can ink the edges as opposed to taking a piece of cardstock and adhering my list here to that piece of cardstock and then adhering it here, I basically have saved myself a layer. And that may not sound a lot, but if you figure you're probably doing between, I don't know, maybe 30 and 40 lists in a traveler's notebook insert. And if you are adding an extra layer to every list, that makes for quite a few different extra layers. So I have just put, that might work. Let me just see here. No, I think it's going to be, I just got a little blip of ink right there. So I'm going to set that off to the side and go back to one of the other pieces that I had cut a moment ago. If I can find that. What did I do with those? I don't know. We're just going to make it work. I'm going to pull out an eraser, but it's a special eraser. This is a sand eraser. And it is what you think it is. Sand eraser, it has grit or sand in the eraser itself. So you can see that little thing right there. See, that's a little ink spot. I am just going to try to erase. Oh, yeah, no. No, it'll be fine. Erase a little bit of it. We'll still kind of see a little bit of it, but it won't be as bad. And then when I do my writing over there, we really won't notice it. So it looks a little bit better, right? If you have a sand eraser, or if you're getting a sand eraser, I have them on the website. One thing that you want to be aware of, just like when you were in grade school and you would be writing your spelling test, and then you would second guess what the spelling of the word that you wrote down, and then you'd get your little eraser out and you'd erase and erase and erase so hard, and you'd erase so hard that eventually you'd tear a hole in the paper. Remember that if you were using a sand eraser, because it has sand in it, because it's gritty. The grit in it is what helps to erase a fingerprint or an ink print or something like that. It does not erase human ink, if you know what I mean. I've tried. Like I had a little cut and I got a little bit of human ink blood on my, paper. It does not erase that. But just don't erase too hard or you will erase a hole in your paper. Especially if you have a pattern paper that you are kind of erasing on. Definitely don't erase too hard with a sand eraser on that, because you'll erase a lot of the pattern off and then it will be really, really obvious. But that is a good tool, that little sand eraser that I find I use sometimes, often. All right, so there we go. I have inked my edges. And that was peacock feathers that I used. Let's go ahead and put this little guy away. Yeah, that was an amazing idea that Amy brought to the table. We hadn't been working together long. Amy and I have known each other for many years. And now we've been working together. She's been working with me, for about, Amy, 3 years maybe? 3 years more? I got to the point where it was just me, just Lael. I had no help. I had a graphic designer that I was working with a little bit, and I was to the point where I needed help because I was the bottleneck in a lot of new stamps being released. And so I reached out to Amy and said, hey, what are you doing? Would you like to work together? And she said yes, which has been awesome. And she, within the first couple of weeks, came to me with that idea and said, I have had this great idea forever, based on necessity. And she said, what do you think about this? And I'm like, oh, I love that. Because again, necessity, the mother of invention. If you have it, just like this, swatching this, also just like swatching don't mind that, back of that. If I print something and it's, in that case, it's supposed to be in color and it printed black and white, then I just, the white side's still good for my list. I don't know what I was just saying. I just totally got sidetracked. That is what a squirrel is. That's Lael getting sidetracked. No. What did I do there? All right. So there we go. Now, left page, right page. That is important because I like to round the outside corners of my spread. My Traveler's Notebooks corners are rounded, and so I like the outside edges to be rounded. I did something down here that is, we're gonna have to make something hang off the bottom of that. All right, so this guy is going to go here. Like this. Good thing. These are good things. Things I learned. That is the list we are working on. Things I learned last year. I'm curious. What are things that you guys learned? Tell me. Tell me, do. The outer page, Jessie, is 4 3/4 by 8. An outer page meaning this. That is based on using my Traveler's Notebook insert, which is 5 by 8.25. So your outer ends up being 4 3/4 by 8. Your inner, this inner is, excuse me, 4 by 7. All right. And then that just makes it so a nice little, background is showing there. Okay, so now let's see. We need something down here to camouflage. This is what has happened. When I pulled that out of the pad, do you see? Whoopsie, I pulled part of the paper off. That's okay. I don't need to start with a new piece of paper. What I can do is find something to just go over that. Maybe it'll just bleed off the page a little bit. Maybe this guy can just go right there. Maybe. We'll see. We'll see if we like that. All right, so next up, we need to do our title. But before we do that, I am going to do this. Do my little outlining. Because that is something that I have to do on everything. It looks naked. It looks like there's something missing. It looks like there's something wrong if I don't do that. So that's what I do. And as you see me do that, you'll notice my arm is resting on my work surface. That's where I get the stability. I don't use a ruler for this. You could, but I don't. That's where I get the stability. And then you'll notice I go fairly quickly. And after doing this for 20 some odd years, I've learned that the slower I go, the worse it looks. It gets jaggedy. I start to question myself. So the faster I go, and then the faster I go, the better it is. And then you'll also notice that I do a section, rotate, section, rotate, section, rotate. Jolene said my outlining looks like a 3-year-old did it. And guess what? It is art. It is art, and it's okay, right? It is okay. It's not supposed to look perfect. If you want it to look perfect, I would say get off. I would say get out, not get off. Get out your ruler. Get out your ruler, and then you will have a perfect outline. But that's not what I'm going for, so that's not what I'm doing. I also thought it would be fun to use this guy. You got this. So in my little sketch here, you got this is somewhere over, well, it was going to go over here. But now it's not going to go over here because this guy is here. So we're just going to do this guy right there. And maybe we'll do a little heart. I think we're going to do, I think we'll do this. Let's do a yellow heart. And I'm going to put that right here. Because I've got a little bit of yellow here, and now I've pulled in yellow over here. I've already pulled lots of blue in from here to here. So I think what I will probably do, I think I am going to use I'm going to use pink for my title. And so the pink is probably Kitsch Flamingo. There's certain colors that I tend to gravitate towards. Oh, maybe it's Picked Raspberry. Let's make it right, Picked Raspberry. If there are colors you tend to gravitate towards, then sometimes you can see a color on a product that you're using and go, oh yeah, I know exactly the color that'll go best with that. But I was a little off there. Picked Raspberry. Picked Raspberry. All right, so now we are ready for our title. Things I learned last year. Let's get out our stamping block. Or I should say, excuse me, stamping blocks. Because there are some things that I have learned, not last year, that I learned long before that. that I think one of the biggest things that contributes to successful stamping, at least for me, and I will always give you my opinion, but I also always like to preface it that it's my opinion, what's worked for me, is to right size your stamping block to your stamp. Let's repeat that. Right size your stamping block to your stamp. What I mean by that, I have this little tiny stamp right here that says Things I. And so I'm going to use a really small stamping block, that little cylinder. And I'm going to put Things I right on that. And that is what I will use to stamp Things I. Now, I could put that on this guy, right? It would still work. I could put that on this guy. It would still work. But the larger your stamping block in relation to the size of your stamp, a little bit harder it is to kind of maneuver, all right? So if you only have one stamping block, then it has to be your largest stamping block, right? The lowest common denominator. So I recommend, as you are, if you're starting out stamping, or if you've been stamping for a while and you decide you like it, you're learning more, that grab yourself a couple of different size stamping blocks. I promise you it will make a huge, huge, huge difference. All right. Now, the other thing, I have Things I learned last year. I have 4 different stamps that are going to be making up my title. If I wanted, I could absolutely line all of those stamps up on the same stamping block and just stamp that at once. One of the things I have learned about myself when it comes to stamping, not last year, it won't be on my list, but it could have been on my list at one point, is that I am a control freak, and that is stamping related and other areas in my life. I like to control how close my stamps are together. And if I put them together on one stamping block, I cannot control how close they are together, because your stamps are always going to have a little bit of a kind of padding around them, a padding of the stamping material, or the polymer in this case. And because you have that padding, you cannot maybe get your stamps as close together as you would like. So that's when you'll see me separate them like this. You'll notice I'm testing. This is not my list. I pulled out a little notebook that I test in. That is another really big thing that for me has contributed to me feeling really confident in my stamping, because I test it first, right? There's a lot of things I can learn when I am testing. I can learn if my stamp is dirty, right? If my stamp is dirty, then probably not going to like the finished outcome. If I was using black before and I hadn't cleaned it, there's a good possibility that my pink is going to be pretty muddy. If I have a piece of lint or hair, maybe you have a pet in your home, that one of their little hairs is now on your stamp, anything that is on the stamp is going to prevent the ink from adhering to it, right? So sometimes I find when I stamp that there's a big old line through the color in my stamp. I mean, not necessarily wrong with that, but I would like a line not to be there. So the other big thing is being able to know how much pressure you need to apply. So what I see a lot of people do is something like that. Press really, really, really hard. I think we need to press a lot harder when we're stamping than we really do. So if you see that Things I, do you see how it's kind of blurry at the bottom? It's kind of really spread out. The I is really spread out. The S is blurry. The bottom of the G is blurry. The top of the T is blurry. That's because I pressed way too hard. When you look at that, that is what that stamp is designed to look like when you stamp it. It's nice and thin. If you press too hard, things like that will happen. So if you're testing, that's something a lot of times I test too, especially if it's a stamp I haven't worked with a lot before, that how much pressure do I need to apply? Your bigger stamps, your stamps that have more surface area on them, generally you need to apply more pressure. So let's say something like this. That's a pretty solid stamp. I would apply more pressure on that because I want to make sure I get a nice solid stamped impression. But something like this, that little Things I don't need to press as hard. So all things that I am learning when I am testing. And then if I'm testing and I know what's about ready to happen, I feel really confident when I move from my little test book to my project, right? Nobody wants to mess up on their project, right? And that's probably the biggest thing when I talk to people about stamping and they say, oh, I like the idea of stamping, but I don't stamp. And I say, why? And they say, well, I'm afraid I'm going to mess up. And that's when I say, okay, let's talk about some things like that. Do you have different size stamping blocks? That makes it easier. Do you test your things before you start stamping? Here's another big one. Do you stand or sit when you're stamping? I stand everything I do. I stand probably 90% of the day. Maybe when I'm sleeping or when I'm eating dinner or eating lunch. I even stand eating breakfast. But especially when I am crafting. So when I'm teaching like this, you guys, the entire time I'm standing, 6, 7, well, if I'm teaching in person, sometimes it's the entire day, 8, 10, 12 hours I'm standing. But when I'm teaching like this, I'm still standing. And that is because that is how I have always crafted. I've always crafted standing up. And that is because for me, I feel like I get a better perspective. I get a better view. I kind of have a bird's eye view as opposed to sitting down. If you told me I had to sit down and do any of this, I would have a really difficult time because it's not a perspective that I'm used to. Things are crooked. They don't look right. But when it comes to stamping, that one in particular, even if you normally do everything sitting down, if you can stand, I would encourage you to stand and stamp. And this is why. When you are stamping, if you're sitting down, you are using your little tiny T-Rex arms. What I mean by that, if you're standing right now, just kind of squat or sit down and look at your arms. Your arms don't have a lot of range of motion. They can only move so far because there's not enough room, right? Your lap gets in the way, table gets in the way, whatever you're working on gets in the way. But when you stand, that range of motion extends so much more because you have more range of motion, you have more leverage. And stamping is in a lot of cases about leverage. So those are probably the biggest things. Right size your stamps to your stamping block. Always, always, always test first and stand when you stamp. And I promise you, if you have been afraid to stamp or hesitant or a little bit tentative when it comes to stamping, doing those 3 things will make a huge, huge, huge difference for you. And those are all things you can just play with, right? Get one of your stamps, take a piece of scratch paper, and just see what happens when you sit down. See what happens when you stand up. Now, if you're not used to standing and stamping, that's probably something you may need to practice a little bit till you feel confident doing it. But I promise you, you will be like, oh my gosh, that made such a huge difference, Lael. Why didn't you tell me that before? And I'd say, well, I've been telling you that the last 4 or 5 years, but that's okay. Or you might be new and you're like, oh my gosh, I wish I had known that before. I've been buying stamps for a long time. I've not been using stamps as long. I'd say I kind of picked up stamping again maybe 7 years ago, and I got really frustrated with it because I wasn't changing what I had tried to do all the years before. I was still trying the same things, sitting down, not realizing what I needed to do, not testing, not pressure, all of that. So of course, how could I expect a different result if I didn't change what I was doing? And I never asked anybody. I don't know. I'm sure back then there were lots of YouTube videos that would tell me if I Googled how to stamp. I didn't. And then I just started playing. And it was the playing that really helped me to discover all of these things. And it's the playing that also gave me a lot more confidence when it came to stamping, right? But you guys have seen me. Everybody messes up. Sometimes I'm stamping and I drop something and it makes a big mess and then we have to figure out how to fix it. Or sometimes I don't quite get enough ink on. And when those things happen, which they do, they happen to all of us. They happen to the best of us. They happen to everybody. Anybody that you watch stamp. If you're watching a video that they've pre-recorded, you better believe they've edited it because it happens to everybody. It's just that, I'm live. So you see when it happens, you see it happen. And that too is when mistakes happen, how you learn, right? If we learn from our mistakes, oh shoot, I didn't press hard enough on the stamping block to make sure it stuck. And of course, then when I was stamping, it fell off. Just things that we learn, right? All right, things I learned last year. We are just about ready. We're going to end up needing to put a little something. We'll kind of add something, I don't know, something else over here, but we'll see. I've been doing this a lot lately. And I've been doing it so much that someone sent me an email and said, hey, I have a suggestion for a stamp set. Or one of you put it here in the chat. I'm not sure which one it was. But you said, hey, Lael, you are doing this a lot lately, where you are underlining your title or double underlining sometimes. You said, would be really cool if we had a stamp set that did some things like that for us. We had some double underlines, maybe we had a little underline or little heart row, a little star row, little rows of things, little polka dot row or something like that, that we could do underneath, make it a little bit easier if it's stamped. So that's on the list for this year. Oh yes, Susan, I didn't even talk about that because usually that comes up when I'm using a brand new stamp set that I haven't used before. The importance of priming or conditioning your stamp for the first time before you use it is so important. I cannot emphasize enough how important that is. That's another thing I didn't know. Nobody told me that. I didn't know. And if you're like, Lael, what do you mean? I've got to prime or condition my stamp before I use it? And I say yes. And I say, guess what? Free class here on my YouTube video. I'm sure Amy will pop it up for us. Or maybe now's a good time to say, there's a whole page on my website of free classes here on my YouTube video. And that class is called Priming or Conditioning Your Stamps Before You Use Them. So that one is really, really, really beneficial. You will be shocked. If you have never primed or conditioned your stamps before you use them, you will be shocked at the difference it makes. And I go through 3 different methods that you can use in that little class to do that. No right or wrong, just, 3 different methods. The right would be then doing at least one of them. That's what we want to do, is do at least one of them, okay? All right, let me just quickly look at something here. All right, I think we may end up needing, we were going to look for something a little bit different, right? Let's do this. Maybe we put somewhere in here. I don't know. I feel like this side might need just a little bit more. Let's see what happens if we put that guy there. I think that'll work. And then we'll need something else over here. I kind of keep going back and forth. I have been strictly focusing on the stickers for this list just because they're easy, right? They're easy. There's some good, icons and things I can use. But there are quite a few other icons. I mean, that doesn't apply in any way whatsoever. Nope, that color is not good. Enjoy. Do I have anything about enjoy on my, this could, let's see, I guess this is supposed to go right there a little bit, right? So if we put that guy right there, maybe that, sure, let's use that. Why not? Or fun. Okay, hold on. We have fun here too. But fun, we really don't, I haven't really used that color anywhere. I don't want to introduce another color. So let's use enjoy. So happy that Reggie is sleeping in his bucket instead of trying to bother us right now. So as I do this, I am just trying to, I have a title here, I've got a piece here, a piece here, a piece here, a piece here. So I don't want to put this necessarily up high because then they're both like that. I'm just trying to find a spot that we just kind of fill things in a little bit more. And then I am thinking, let's see, how many do we have on my list of things I learned this year? Oh, I have 5 things. So if I wanted, let's look at this. I'm not sure if these will work now because I wasn't really planning on those. Those came from one of the die cut packs from Take Note. And I'm saying that's probably not going to work now because I've got this here. And this is kind of circular and this is kind of circular. So we're going to say no to that. Let's look at some numbers then. We could use Poe numbers. Why don't we use that? Poe numbers is kind of a fun set. Poe numbers coordinates with Poe Alpha. So there are 2 different Poe Alpha stamp sets. There is Poe Alpha and there's Poe Alpha Large. I think that's what it's called, right? Let's see. There's Poe Alpha. Poe Alpha has 2 different sizes on the same stamp set. And then Poe Alpha Large has larger. And then your Poe numbers actually has the 3 different sizes of numbers that coordinate with those 2 alphas, or 3 alphas, I guess, if you consider that that one has 2 different sizes on it. This is just a really good basic, if you are looking for an alphabet stamp set, or if you are looking for a number stamp set, or both. This is just a really good kind of classic font that works with lots of different things. All right, so our 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Do we want to use the big guys? Do we want to pull out the big guns? Let's see. No. 1. Maybe we would do 2 over here. So I think we need to have kind of, we have less room here because of our titles, so we can do 3, 4, 5 over here. You can tell I didn't clean those off very well last time, did I? Because you can see the, ooh, okay, this needs to go over here because my 4 needs to come over here a little bit. Because you can see that they're still a little bit black, which means before I use these, it would probably be a good idea if I clean them a little bit. I always like to encourage us to clean our supplies after we use them, but you know what? Sometimes we don't, right? All right, I think that will work. So let's go ahead. I am going to use, you know what? Why don't we make this really colorful? Why don't we pull in maybe fossilized amber? Let's see. Fossilized amber, that's a color I use quite often, so I don't even have to look to see if it's going to match or coordinate because I'm fairly certain it will. Red, orange, yellow. I have my swatches sorted Roy G. Biv, or the colors of the rainbow, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet. For me, that is the easiest way because I am looking by color. I'm not necessarily looking by name, right? So if we used fossilized amber, yeah, let's do that. That will give us some fun color in there. I am going to grab a stamping block, right sizing my stamp to my stamping block. You'll find lots of different stamping blocks on the website, and there's some that are, they're either sold by themselves or some in bundles. So if you're like, oh yes, I need to start stamping, or I bought stamps, but I don't really have, you know, enough stamping blocks to right size my stamping blocks to my stamps, then you can see the different options there. Virginia, I love that. Virginia said, I'm so pudding, I learned how to stamp properly on my list. Right? So, hello, D. Miller. Here's the thing, you guys. With, like I said, when we started talking about this list, it's your list. You do you. There are things that are on my list that might never be on your list in a million years. And it's probably goes, you know, likewise, right? There are probably things that are on your list that would never appear on my list because we're unique individual people. So you can have serious things. You could have funny things. I mean, you could totally poke fun at yourself, right? You could say, maybe you broke your leg last year. You could say, one of the things that you learned is to, you know, make sure you watch your step when you're walking, you know, stepping off a curb, right? So we could totally have fun with it. You get to decide what your lists look like, what they say, how they're decorated. Some of you are like, you know what? I really love the idea of this creative listing. But guess what? I don't have the time to do any of this stuff. And I say, guess what? That's okay. There's a lot of guess what's in there. I say, you know what? That's okay. You only need 2 things to do what we do here. Something to write with and something to write on. Beyond that, it's all icing on the cake. It is all icing on the cake. So you get to decide what you want to work with. If you have some older product that you want to pull out and work with, absolutely pull it out, right? There's something for me really freeing when it comes to creative listing like this, or if I'm working in a junk journal, or if I'm working in my memory planner or something, I pull in lots of old product out of my stash because it really doesn't matter. I mean, really, it shouldn't ever matter anyway, but if you're using new or old product or new to you, whatever it is. But there's something that about kind of working in a smaller format like this that really kind of feels like it gives me personally, permission to use whatever I want, right? All right, so normally I wouldn't clean first, but it really should have cleaned before. Cleaned before instead of, well, cleaned after. I should have cleaned my stamps after I used them, and now I wouldn't have to be cleaning them now, right? Okay, 3 is coming up here. And we're just about done with our stamping, and then I'll be ready to dive right into my list, right? I'm also just giving them a little quick pat dry before I put them away. I don't need to do that, but I'm kind of in a habit of, well, you want to give it a pat dry before, if you are cleaning first, like I am, right? I didn't clean when I finished with them last time. If you are cleaning first, it is really important, really, really, really important to dry your stamp before you apply the ink, all right? Because your inks, depending on the type of ink you're using, your ink can be water reactive. Distress oxides, your pigment-based inks, are water reactive, meaning that if there's any moisture at all on your stamp and it is still there, you haven't dried it off, and then you go to ink it up, that water or moisture on your stamp can react to the ink. Your ink can react to the water or the moisture and kind of change the properties of the ink. Now, there's some really cool things that you can do when it comes to mixed media by purposefully doing that. Okay, by purposefully doing that. But that's not what I intend to do. I would like to have a nice, clean impression. Some of your colors react differently with moisture. It seems to be some of the greens, like cracked pistachio, kind of some of the greens in that family, bluish greens, that I find will really react. Blue tends to come out with water. So just, things to be aware of. And all of those things we learn by playing. We learn by experimenting. And maybe you didn't even mean to be experimenting. Maybe you were just stamping and your stamp was still wet and you put ink on it and stamped. You're like, wait a minute, that cracked pistachio looks really weird. Why is all that blue coming out in there? I don't understand what I did. We learn. I won't say we learn from our mistakes because none of those things are mistakes. We just learn from what we do. Alrighty, so now we are about ready for our list. I don't know, you guys. I didn't hear much. Oh, I probably missed it. You guys were probably telling me what you learned. Did you? Did you tell me what you learned? Virginia, I just scrolled up for a minute to see if you guys had told me anything you learned. And Virginia said, I dislike when I get ink on the edges of the stamp. Let's just talk about that for a minute. What, let me think about that for a minute here. When you get ink on the edges, let me see if I can make this happen. What she's talking about is, this one's pretty tight. I don't know if I can make, I'm not gonna be able to make that happen. Let me grab another stamp and I'll show you because I think this is a good thing to point out. Because there's an easy way to remedy that. What am I looking for? Oh, this, because this happens to me all the time. Well, you'll see. I was using this one last night. I didn't clean it either. Do as I say, not as I do. Let me put this on here. Not only do I have ink on the edges of the stamp, I also have ink on my stamping block. But do you see that? Do you see I have ink there? And I have ink there? And I have ink, a little bit of ink there? That's what Virginia is talking about, when you get ink on the edges of your stamp. So not only on what you want to stamp, like those numbers there, but on the edges of the stamp. So part of that is just being a little bit careful. Let me get this guy cleaned off. There are two ways that you can apply ink to your stamps. Well, you can apply ink to your stamp or you can apply your stamp to your ink. And I find that I get ink on the edges of my stamp. It happens more often one way than the other. So if you're like, what the heck is she talking about? Ink stamp, apply stamp to ink. I will show you. You usually see me, for the most part, ink my stamps a certain way. And it's just out of habit. Well, it's out of habit because that's how I taught myself to do it. You can apply your ink to your stamp by doing this, or you can apply your stamp to your ink by doing this. I find when I apply my stamp to my ink, that is when Sometimes I will get more of the ink on my edges. I gotta try to make this happen. Sometimes when you've tried, you're used to not making it happen. All right, we see there how I have ink not only on the edge of my stamp, but also on the edge of my stamping block. The danger in having ink on the edge of your stamp is that that ink can then transfer to your project, right? Which generally we don't want to have happen. We only want the stamped image to transfer to our project. We don't want those edges, right? So if I am careful when I am inking the edges, if I apply now my ink to my stamp, if I do it that way, I feel like I have a little bit more control of where I'm placing, because it's easier for me to control where this is going as opposed to control my stamp and trying to get it on there. All right, so that's something that you might try. If you tend to get ink on the edges of your stamp, slow down and just play. Try it ink to stamp and stamp to ink and see what tends to work better. And you'll see that happen, and some stamps happen more often than others. In this example, this stamp has kind of a lot going on, and that is why there's all this extra material here. That extra material is there to give you stability and to help you make sure that your stamp is straight when you line it up. When you don't have stability like that, if you've ever worked with a stamp that doesn't have a lot of maybe extra material around it, that is something like this that has a lot of kind of space here, space here, space here, space here, sometimes it gets really wonky. So that is why that extra material is there. Extra material is there, but sometimes will cause, to get a little bit of stamp or ink on that. So I want to show you something really quick that I just noticed. We'll see if I can. All right, a little bit hard to tell, but I noticed when I inked that up, there is a little piece of hair or lint right there. So that you would normally recognize when you were test stamping. I actually have another one here on the floor. You can just see it a little bit, but see how down there at the end, there's kind of a little blank spot? That would be a lot more prevalent, noticeable if it was like in, somewhere like that. But always check. Always check. All right, so we do other things here besides actually make our list. There's lots of education that happens. And it's because, from my perspective, if I have learned and there are things that I am doing and I'm not explaining what I'm doing or why I do things one way versus another, then that doesn't necessarily help us, right? Because I watch things and I would like to understand why someone is doing something. Like if I watch Vicki and all of her mixed media, I want to know exactly what she's doing and why, because I have no clue. None of it makes sense to me. So if I'm learning, then it's really helpful for me to have somebody say, okay, now this is why I do this. And, so that's why I do it. All right. So we are just about ready for our list. It's pretty plain. I think, I don't know. We'll end up coming back and do, I wish that Simple Stories still did their sticker books. I really, really, really wish, because we would be able to find lots of fun little flower stickers, I bet. But since they don't do their sticker books anymore, I am grabbing let me grab a little tray here. Let's dump these flowers out. I think there's probably some little flowers I can use. Maybe I maybe I use a little flower with each of those numbers, and that'll help get us a little bit more color in there. We're looking for small. And different colors. Well, we've got 2 orange so far. That's not super helpful. There's a yellow. You guys know how I'm getting those out of that little tray? Probably the same way you would. I lick my finger and I pick up the little die cut. Oh, come on. Oh, here we go. Here's a lot of little ones. We need 5, right? We need 5 little guys. We might have to resort to something like that. Now, I tell you what I wish. That's like I tell you what I want, what I really, really want, but it's I tell you what I wish. I really wish that there was a mint in there, right? Because look at, we kind of have just four colors, huh? I want a small flower. I don't have a small flower, right? There is no little mint flower in there. So, well, is what it is, huh? Let's see, maybe we just see how this might look. A little one, a little two. Whoopsie. Let's see, come on. Little one, a little two. Oh, you know what? We're not going to want to use yellow. That is for certain because our letters are yellow. We don't want to do that. A little three. I guess we're going to go back to blue again. A little four. And a little five. Okay, there we go. That helps. Adds a little bit more color. So let's get these guys glued down. Susan learned she has to prep new stamps for their use. I already read that. I scrolled way back up again. Melissa, they haven't done their sticker books in quite a while. I know, I loved them too. That and washi. They stopped doing washi too. Did I want that there? Oh well, I guess it's going to. Two. Three. Four. And five. All right, so I'm just about ready to talk about what I learned this year. What I learned this year. Time for hydration break. Yes, thank you. Thank you. Hydration break, friends. If you have not had anything to sip in the last hour or two, have something now. Carrie, do I still have rub-ons from Flower Emporium? I still have some Flower Emporium products. Yes, I don't know specifically if I have rub-ons, but I do know there's Flower Emporium still on the website. Linda May. Hi, Linda May. Yes, I could stamp. For sure, I could stamp flowers in different colors. Diana Jackman said sticker books by Little by Mail. All in favor, raise your hand. There already is one, Diana. Did you know that? This one. That one. We will do more sticker books this year. I have a couple up my sleeve. All right, get rid of our flowers, and now we are ready for our list. Sounds like someone is playing basketball outside. It's really annoying me, and there's snow on the street, so I'm not sure how they're doing that. Oh, I just remembered I wanted to use this. Well, that's not going anywhere now. All right, so now going to my list. Things I learned this year. Number one, these are in no particular order. Protein is key for me to feeling full and feeling full for a longer period of time. It's probably, now this is a little bit different one, right? Sometimes on my lists, I write a little bit more than just, making a list. It's probably the biggest contributor to my weight loss. Even though I'm really not a fan of protein. really, honestly, truth be told, I would rather not eat protein. But guess what? Your body needs protein. I would like to eat cheese. And yes, I know you say, well, Lael, there is protein in cheese, but it's not a good source of, it's not enough protein for the calories. So that's a big thing I learned this year. I'm sure I knew that in the back of my head. You know, protein's good, and you know you should have a piece of chicken instead of a piece of bread with cheese or quesadilla or something like that. But yeah, so I learned that. Another big one. I learned that we have outgrown our basement for my business in a big way. Huge. It's time for a warehouse and something I'm looking forward to. You know, one thing that's probably going to be on my list for next year and what I've learned, well, I'm sure there's going to be all kinds of things I learn about that, right? There's probably all kinds of things I learn about moving to a warehouse. One of the biggest things for me is because my business is out of our home right now, is that all the product is here. So in the morning, for example, when you're running around like a chicken with your head cut off because you can't find your large 14 by 14 storage pouch of your, I had to walk away for 1 second. I need to throw something away. Of your Curiosities and Willow Grove product. You have no idea where it is. It's like disappeared. And you planned on using Curiosities and Willow Grove for one of your lists, like on a Saturday. And then you get all out of sorts because you cannot find it and you looked everywhere and how could it possibly have disappeared? Well, you can go downstairs and you can pull more product to work with. And guess what? When warehouse is here, that's not going to be possible, is it? That will not be possible. I am going to, it's a little bit hard to see between 1 and 2 here. So I think what I will do is, I think I'm going to do a little double line between those guys like that. So it makes it a little bit easier to separate. And then probably what I will do, even though I don't really need to do this here, I think I will maybe do one of these down below just so it starts to look cohesive. All right, now I know what I need to do. Fix that because you're like, Lael, you just added a lot more black, so you can't really tell what you just did. And I say, oh, that's okay. I gotcha. I have a plan. I have a plan. I have a plan. I am looking for the fossilized amber. Where is it? Fossilized amber. Wait, what? Where's fossilized amber? Oh, there it is. Fossilized amber watercolor pencil. So these are Distress watercolor pencils. I do not watercolor. I don't do mixed media. It's just not me. And but I do have the pencils because sometimes I want my colored pencil to match the ink that I've selected. So do you see what a big difference that made? You could have no other pen but a black pen, and if you bring colored pencils in, you can really add a lot of color without a lot of extra work or expense. We'll do that there. That there, and then we'll continue that on as we move over here. And that totally just gave that a whole different look, right? Okay, So now we are on to number 3. I skipped something that I learned. Pam Soames, you know what? That's the hardest thing. And Pam said, I've learned that I cannot do it all and it is okay to say no, right? We've talked about this a lot over the years. I think this is something that comes up a lot when we start talking about this particular list, is that we can't do it all. We think we can. We try. We can't do it all. We shouldn't have to do it all. And someone here is very fond of this because I think it comes up every year. This person says, no is a complete sentence. No is a complete sentence. That's a hard one to wrap our heads around sometimes, right? I feel like personally, if I say no, I have to give you a 5-paragraph essay on why I'm saying no, right? That's just my personality because I want to make everybody happy. Sometimes at the expense of myself, right? So no is a complete sentence. It's okay to say no. One Crafty Bee Creations. Kyla is having a good, Kyla is having a good day. Whoop, whoop, when your husband brings you coffee and you're just delivered Lael order while you are listing. Oh, I love it. Virginia said, wish I could write straight like that. Practice. For me, that's what it is, practice. But I will also tell you that we have something coming this year. We prototyped it now 2 different times. And we don't like with 2 different materials, we don't like what we are getting. So now we're prototyping with the 3rd material. Assuming that works well, we'll have a product that comes out later this year that will help you write straight line. All right. Nicole said, what kind of holder did you just use to keep the watercolor pencils from falling out of the tin? Oh. A large black rubber band. It took me a while to find these. I think I bought a bag of 100, which is far more than I need. Amy, if you will help me remember, if this is something you guys think that you would like, because if you use tins like this, you know that those pencils are always falling everywhere. So if you use tins like this, or you need a large rubber band like that, I'll put those on the website. I will get those up to the website. Amy, if you just shoot me a quick note or add that to what you normally send me, that would be awesome. So I have done it with all of my watercolor pencils. I'm also going to do it with my other tins that hold like my mini inks and then also my sprays. Because those are things that tend to open and things fall out. Where are we? Oh, Diane, I love that. Diane said, the quality of my yeses depends on the quantity of my no's. That is very, 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 that is really, really, really wise. The quality of my yeses depend on the quantity of my no's. I like that. I really like it. All right. Hello, Laura Lee. Nice to see you. If you guys don't know Laura Lee, Rosie Posey Studio, she is one of the very talented members of my design team. She does some awesome things. And Amy and I just sprouted an idea while we were together this week, and I approached Laura Lee about doing it for us. So I think it is going to be, it's going to be fun. I think it's going to be something you guys like coming later this year. This little notebook. Hello, Kenzie Lee. Welcome as a newbie. Nice to have you here. This notebook is mine looks different than yours because mine has a little bit of different information in it, but this is the Listing with Lael workbook. So this I finally put together for myself about 3.5 years ago after I have to plan what we do every week, right? And after basically reinventing the wheel every week, because I have to, have kind of the same information, I put together a workbook for myself, and then, I use it when we work, and people started asking, what is that? Where can we get it? So there is actually, you can purchase it from the website. Amy will pop it. Oh, look, she already did it. She just popped it in the chat for us. But if you go to Lael by Mail and search for Listing with Lael workbook, you can buy one that's already done for you, printed and bound and all that, or you can buy a downloadable version and make your own. Okay, only promise what you can deliver is my motto this year. I like that. That's a really good one. Good motto. All right, yes, and we do love Amy. We do love Amy. Okay, number 3. Whoops, don't use that navy pen, Leo. That will make me really sad if I use that. Okay, number 3. Oh, now this is going to sound like a really silly one. I can give up playing games on my phone as a way of procrastinating. I did it. That sounds silly. I mean, it sounds kind of silly, right? What? That's silly. Right? But I was addicted. Because that was a way to get dopamine hits. I won. And waste and incredible amount of time at the same time. Now, here's the thing. Not to say that I haven't necessarily replaced that with something, because I have. But the thing I've replaced it with is far more worthy and far more beneficial to my well-being and my knowledge, and that's reading, right? So I love to read. I have always been a huge reader. Did I put that yellow thing away? I did. I put that pencil away. Why did I do that? I've always been a huge reader ever since I was a little kid. I've shared with you guys before. I think in third or fourth grade, I won a big prize in the school for reading the most books over the summer. I just have always loved to read, and it's a great escape. But for a while there, I really got away from it because it felt like a luxury. It felt like I shouldn't read. If I read, I should really be doing something else. So if I read, I shouldn't, I don't have time to do that. But magically, I had time to pick up my phone and play some games, right? So it didn't really make a lot of sense. So I replaced it with reading. But I never thought, I was addicted, seriously addicted to, I'm really stressed, I need a break. And then I'd go pick up my phone, and next thing you know, a freaking hour would go by, right? And for some of you, it might be doom scrolling on your phone. Some of you, it might be a game. But because I'm saying this was bad for me personally and I needed to change that, doesn't mean that it has to be bad for you, right? That was me. Yes, decadent reading during the day, right? And I don't know why we feel like that, but maybe if it's something we get pleasure out of, we feel like it's not okay. Or that we have to do all of our chores first or do all of our work before we can read. Okay, next one. This one has been one of the coolest things that happened towards the end of the year. Jack, our older son, I won't share too much about this, but he very much gets caught up in, distressed by the state of the world. Like, very much so. All the politics in our country, all the politics in the world, and it seems really hopeless. And he gets very distraught about it. And we were talking to him on Christmas. So this is a recent learn. We were just talking to him on the phone, and we had him on speaker, and we're just kind of talking to him about it and kind of giving him some ideas and kind of talking him through it, because really there's nothing that you can do about those things, right? There's really nothing you can do. And so Nick and I are sitting there, and Nick out of the blue says, you know what, Jack? There's something that your mom does on her Saturdays during listing. And he said, I think it might really help you. And he said, it's this thing called Glimmers. And I turn and look at Nick, and I'm like, I can't even believe that Nick is saying this. And he said, I've really found that if and Nick and I have never talked. I mean, he's just Nick is pulling this out of his own experience. And he said, I found that if I try to focus on glimmers and think about glimmers that appear in my life, just pop up. And if you don't know what a glimmer is, it's something that we do. We do a list like this every month about glimmers, and they're just small little sparks of joy in your day. Not big things at all, right? It may be, oh, I know, this was a glimmer for me last week or this week. Went to Starbucks to get coffee, and the pistachio lattes are back. They only come out once a year, and I didn't even know that. And I'm like, oh my gosh, pistachio lattes, right? Little things like that can add just joy to your life. And so he said to Jack, he said, this whole thing about glimmers, he said, I found that if I try to identify things, and he said, but you know what else, Jack? He said a big one too, is that if you give glimmers to someone else, it's almost just that much more powerful. And so, yes, we need a Nick in our lives. I'm like, oh my gosh, Nick, like, holy cow, you like absorbing my osmosis. Like, he just absorbs my osmosis. That's my husband. So I thought that was really cool. And so what I did while we were talking, I put a little text group, Jack and Nick and myself, and every day we send each other our glimmers. And sometimes they're with photos and sometimes they're not. The other day, Nick took a photo. There was a squirrel eating from our bird feeder. And that was his glimmer. And he sent it. But you know what? He also gave me a glimmer because I'm like, oh my gosh, no way. I've never even seen that in our backyard. So it's amazing because Jack's one who's really not to do things like that. He's 28. And he did say, after about a week, he's like, you know what, Mom, I have to admit, I thought it was kind of hokey. So I didn't tell Kat. I didn't tell his fiance. He said, I didn't tell Kat, his fiance. He said, but there's something to it. Like, it's really weird that there's just something to it. And so he's like, if I look for it and then I find him, and if I send him to you guys and then I see yours, he said, it really is making a big difference. So that is something that I learned, that sharing that with other people is number one, sharing glimmers. And I already shared that with you. We've been doing it now, I think 14 months, but sharing with other people that aren't us. It's just, we can put really good things out in the world like that by just helping people to see or think about and recognize glimmers. So, things I learned this year. That's really last year, talking to Jack. Oh, it's last year, sorry. Talking to Jack about glimmers. And what a huge difference it can make in someone's life. Whether being on the giving end or receiving it. So when I write like that, that is all off the top of my head. I mean, I know when I look over here on my list, on my workbook, it said noticing and sharing beneficial to mental health. I mean, so I kind of, that was, I mean, I didn't write that, but that was kind of my prompt over here to make me remember. So I'm totally okay with writing on the fly like that. I don't really know what I'm going to say ahead of time, and I just start writing, and sometimes it gets me in trouble. Sometimes I add an extra word here or there, or sometimes I have not enough space, or sometimes I have too much space. If I have not enough space, I kind of just have to, cut it off at the end. But I'm okay with that, right? Because this is for me. This isn't really for anybody else. All right, and the last thing, let me see. Oh, Virginia. Virginia said, I'm going to do this with my sisters. We unexpectedly recently lost our big brother. I think this will help us. Virginia, I am so sorry to hear that. But you know what? Right. Just put a text group together and just, it's funny because when even if you forget, If someone else in your group puts it out there every day, then you're like, oh, shoot, I forgot. I haven't been watching for a glimmer today. And then it kind of reminds you to do that. It kind of impresses that on your head again, in your brain again. Carrie said, this is wonderful. My bestie and I were texting each other every morning in the month of November, something we were thankful for. No reason we couldn't do that more often. And you know what? You never know. Like for me, half the time, my glimmer for the day is that Jack is even doing this, you know? He's like, something happened at work and he's like, oh my gosh, this happened at work and we lost all of our power, but we were able to make it through. And he said, that's my glimmer for today. So hearing other people's glimmers sometimes gives you a glimmer too. This is, I know Amy really does this. Amy said, while I travel, I have started giving compliments. I always think things in my head, but often don't vocalize them. If I admire an outfit or shoes or a bag while I'm in the airport, I tell the person. If it pops into our head and it's good, we should share it with someone, right? You never know where someone's head is, and you never know where they need to hear something like that. You just never know. If that's ever happened to you, if you have, that's ever happened to you and you have been in the grocery store and somebody says, oh my gosh, I love your sweater. You look at them and you turn and look behind you because you're like, they're not talking to me. And then you're like, oh wait, they are talking to me. It's just such a day brightener. So be on the giving end of glimmers too. That can give you a glimmer itself. Bernadine, will the mini winter stamps be restocked? I don't have plans to right now. Oh, I love that. Someone just said you move towards what you think about. Virginia said, how generous of you to share these personal stories. So Virginia, I'm doing my personal list, right? So I don't necessarily, I guess, mean to be intending to tell my story, but if it's on my list, it just kind of comes out that way. And that one is really personal. And I think Jack would be okay because I didn't share a lot about that, but yeah, that is probably a little bit more of a personal story than I normally share, but because we talk about glimmers so much and we do a glimmers list every month, that I really wanted to, that was on my list. All right. Here's a big one, another big one. 40% growth in 1 year means it's time to put more processes and procedures in place. That's a huge one. Like that's really big. 40% growth in 1 year is a lot. That's working with new people. That's working with new manufacturers. That's working with new suppliers. That in order to grow that much, there's a lot that has to be added. And one of the big things that is like hit us over the head in the last probably 2 months is that I need to tighten a lot of things up when it comes to this. Timelines, dates, and I know Amy and both Amy and Becky are both vigorously shaking their heads right now. So there you go. Those are the things I learned this year. Well, I learned a lot more than that. Like I did learn why, although I forgot, I did learn why there are so many scaffoldings in New York City. It has something to do with a code or something. And so people just leave the scaffolding up all the time because it's easier to leave the scaffolding up instead of take it up and put it down or something like that. But so I did learn a lot more than that, but this would be something like this. When we get to this time of year, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to add this little yellow in these double lines here too. So it'll kind of continue to carry that theme through. When we do lists like this at the end of the year, sometimes it's hard to remember those things. Sometimes it's really hard to remember those things. So maybe as you learn things throughout the year, maybe just be writing them down. Maybe be writing them down on in your phone or writing them down somewhere so that the end of the year, you're not like, oh shoot, what did I learn this year? You were like, oh, I totally remember, right? And then you've got 80 things that you can choose from instead of, maybe spending an hour in the morning trying to remember. Here's the other thing. If you are at a loss and you're like, you know what, I honestly don't know what I learned, ask someone else in your life. Ask a friend or a partner or a child or a spouse, a coworker. Maybe ask them. You know, can you think of something I learned this year? You know, remember, Nick's the one who said, remember, you learned why there's so much scaffolding in New York City. So enlist other people in helping you if you're having a hard time remembering. All right, there we go. That list is done. That feels like that took forever. But we actually, I mean, we always talk about a lot of things. We did lots of education as it related to stamping. So that took a little bit more time. And we also got a late start. I mean, I was on time when we started, but then had some technical difficulties. So, all right, let me clean these things up. So here's the deal. Giveaways. Now, this is on you guys. You know, you come and you take and take. You just take from me all the time. You take and take and take. So I need something from you. I need you to remind me to do the giveaways. Because guess what happened? Right after I turned the camera off last time, I'm like, oh my gosh, I had 4 giveaways to give away last week. And I only gave away 1 because I totally forgot. So I need you guys to help me out. Help me out. Oh, darn it. Help me remember giveaways. So let's start out with a giveaway right now. And let's do 4 since I forgot last time. Silly me. All right, so 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's start out with a $25 shopping credit on the website. All right, so basically, the way these are live giveaways, the way you participate in a live giveaway is that, you know what I've also learned? I do this every time. That is my breakfast. That is my yogurt and cottage cheese and protein granola. That I need to learn to give myself more time to eat my breakfast on a Saturday morning, because guess what? I had 1 bite of that. And you can, as you can see by the look of it, I will not be eating that later. All right, so the giveaways take place in the chat. The live giveaways take place in the chat. You guys just chat everything up, pipe up in the chest. It's actually very good. And you know what? With that meal, I eat it every morning for breakfast with blueberries. That gets me between like 30 and 35 grams of protein just for breakfast. So that's a really good way to start the day. That goes back to this one. The protein is key for me. All right, so we got to do this part. Let's get these in. Let's get these now into my inserts. And we will move on to our next list. I'll get the products out for my next list. And then as soon as I get everything out, we will, I'll do the giveaway. And the way that I do the giveaway is that, that's going to need something else, is that I will just let my finger do the walking in the chat. I scroll my finger up in the chat, and wherever it stops, that is the person that wins. All right. So you want to chat. Oh, that just reminded me of something though. Melissa Livingston. Sorry, Greek yogurt. Greek yogurt is the other protein. Yeah, I forgot one. I know, eat before coffee. Yeah, I have a hard time eating in the morning. That's probably part of the problem as well. Melissa Livingston. I know you typed something, I think about what you learned, and I didn't see it, but I saw someone's comment about replying to you. So if you would do me a favor, Melissa, please wait until all of this chat giveaway goes away, and then please type it again so that I can see that, because I would like to respond to that, but I totally missed it. Thank you, Colleen. It is my angel time. 1, 2, 3, 4. All right. So, what I need to do here. That's why I got distracted. If you've ever wondered about the whole squirrel thing and where the squirrel came from and why it's called the Squirrel Squad and why my license plate says squirrel and all of that, it's because it's what I do. I squirrel. I get sidetracked very easily. Very, very. I think that's not a sign of brilliance, isn't it? Like, don't they say that if you get distracted easily, it's a sign of brilliance? I'm pretty sure that's what it is, and that's what I'm going with. I'm going with it's a sign of brilliance. I'm pretty certain, to the more research I do, that I have ADHD. That's why I get so sidetracked. I stopped with my regular adhesive and I said I need different adhesive. The reason I need different adhesive is this. Once I get to a certain spot in my book,
it starts to get really chunky, right? And we're not even halfway through yet, but you can see it's starting to get really chunky here. This part makes it very difficult for things to lay flat here. Gravity wants to take effect and it wants to go boop and pop up. So I have put some double-sided tape, really strong double-sided tape here. And I'll do the winners in just a second. And I have just peeled part of it away. This strong double-sided tape is going to make it so that it will stay flat. It won't try to lift up. So what I'm going to do, the reason I've only revealed a little bit, I've pulled off a little bit of that release paper, is that gives me some wiggle room. That lets me kind of play with it without committing. Double-sided tape is really sticky. And once you set it down, it is in place. So if I just have a little bit revealed, then that makes sure that it is going to be straight, or straight as it can be. All right, so let's go ahead and do our giveaway. I'm stopping. And winner is Janaea 1976. Janaea 1976, congratulations. You are the first of our random lucky winners. Please send an email to lailbymail@gmail.com. In the subject line, please write winner $25. Winner $25. And as long as you have an account set up on my website, I will add a $25 store credit to your account. And then you can use that, apply it towards a purchase, or use it on your next purchase. When you go to checkout, it will tell you that you have that. If you don't have an account yet, then set up an account. Doesn't cost anything, but you need to set up an account on my website so I can add that to your account. Someone just said I don't like cottage cheese. My question is always, do you like cottage cheese? Do you not like cottage cheese because of the texture of the chunks, or is it the taste? Because a lot of people blend their cottage cheese. If you have like a little immersion blender or one of those little bullet blenders, put your cottage cheese in there and blend it. And then it's got the consistency of like Greek yogurt. A lot of people do that if you do not like the consistency of cottage cheese. Here's the other thing. If you don't like the taste of cottage cheese, change it. Put some vanilla yogurt in it, then it doesn't taste, because cottage cheese really doesn't taste. Someone said they like savory. If you like savory, sometimes I will chop up cherry tomatoes and put that in my cottage cheese and add a little bit of salt and pepper. You could even add a little bit of balsamic glaze or balsamic vinegar to it if you like the savory. But yes, cottage cheese is a great way to get protein in not a huge amount. And I will show you this, because they do give us 2 license plates in Utah. I only put mine on the back. That is my license plate. SQURRL. Squirrel. I really have one. One of my customers, I can't remember who it was, but one of my customers a couple of years ago said, Lael, you should really get a personalized plate that says squirrel. And I'm like, oh my gosh, I love that. I've never thought of getting a personalized plate. And then I did. All right. Small curd cottage cheese. Yes, that's another option, right? Texture of food is my biggest turnoff, right? And I hear this a lot. Cottage cheese does have a different texture. Someone just said cottage cheese, tomatoes, cucumber, salt, and pepper. Yes. Oh, Dawn says she blends cottage cheese into her egg bites. That's another good one, right? Blend it. Yes, blend it. I tell you, I follow so many people on Instagram that use cottage cheese in their food. Just tons of great recipes. And if you don't like the texture, just blend it. There's someone that I follow, and I make this every once in a while. You can make like a Parmesan chicken. So you put cottage cheese, and I usually don't blend that. I just put cottage cheese in. Cottage cheese, some mozzarella cheese, some healthy, either chicken tenders, good, real food, real good. I think it's Real Good. Real Good makes a healthier, like chicken tender that you could chop up and put in there, and marinara sauce. Like that, sometimes that's girl dinner for me because it's really easy and I can make it on my own even though I don't cook. Anyhow, I could sit in here, we could just talk all day and never like do anything, but let's get back to doing something. Because some of you are like, oh my gosh, woman, be quiet already. Be quiet, you got me on mute for a while. Blended cottage cheese pancakes. Ooh, that sounds really good. Yes, there are a lot of viral cottage cheese. Oh, cottage cheese mousse recipes. Ooh, cottage cheese bowls. Yes, there's another one. Again, and I make this too. When I say I don't cook, but there's some things that I can do. A cottage cheese bowl. Cottage cheese, some ground, lean ground beef or ground turkey with taco seasoning in it. Roasted sweet potato. Slice up a sweet potato, roast it in the oven. Put some rock salt on it before you roast it. Avocado and Mike's hot honey drizzled on top. Oh, it's so good. I know I don't cook, but look I can make those things. And then, so here's the deal. When Nick's out of town, those are the kind of things I make because they're easy for me to make. When Nick's out of town before, remember the protein thing for me, big last year, I would have girl dinner. I'd have some cheese. I'd have some wine. I'd have part of a baguette. I'd have a little bit of fruit. I might have some salami. Well, that's fun girl dinner. That's not really healthy girl dinner, right? So I can still make girl dinner, but make it a little bit healthier by getting way more protein in it. Here's the thing, Shannon, I'm not a huge fan of sweet potatoes, but just try this. Go buy one. Or is it the yam? I don't know which one it is. It's the one that's more orange inside. Wash it off really well. Thin slices, I don't know, maybe like 1/4-inch slices. Some rock salt on top. Drizzle with a good olive oil and roast in the oven for like 425 for about 20 to 25 minutes. They are so good because it caramelizes a little bit. And then it totally changes the flavor. Yam. Okay, yam. There we go. I think yam. Yam's the more orange one. And Debbie, tofu. Oh, I wish I could. But Amy and I were talking about you could blend it. You could blend tofu and then guess what? Then it would be really, 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 it'd be more of a vessel. It'd be a vessel that carries your protein, and then you could mix it in with something else. The texture of tofu to me is like, wow. Okay, next list. Let's do for our next list. Let's go to in the news for 2025. Silken tofu. I could try it. Amy and I were talking about tofu this week because one of her daughters eats tofu. We talked about that. Oh, sweet potato roasted with cumin in a bowl and lime dressing. That sounds amazing. Amazing. Yep, just blend it. Just try it. You know what? Go buy a thing of cottage cheese, small thing, and blend it and see. You will. It's life-changing, I promise you. If you do not like the texture, it's life-changing, especially if you're trying to get protein because it's really easy. Okay. Enough about that. I'll get off my protein cottage cheese soapbox. We are going to go to in the news. So in the news is a list that we have done every year for the last, every year, but also every month. Every month for the last probably 4 years, I want to say. It all started during the pandemic when I started doing About Last Month. During the pandemic, there was not a lot on my About Last Month list because there was not a lot going on, right? You really couldn't leave your house and, we were just scared. We didn't know. Nobody knew. And so there was not a lot on my About Last Month list. So I was combining About Last Month things in my life with in the news. So topics that kind of hit my radar that were news related. And then once the things started opening back up again with the pandemic, I realized I don't have enough room to put both of those things on the same list. So I started breaking in the news off onto its own list. Couple of things within the news. I always commit to you guys when we do this list, it is just the facts. And that is really, really important to me. It's just the facts. And Bridget just wrote, I only enjoy the news here because it's just the facts. So we all have opinions. And that's what makes us, unique human beings. We all have opinions. But I am not here, and you guys are not here to share our opinions or hear other people's opinions about the news. The news can be incredibly political, which means it can be incredibly divisive. So all I'm doing is I'm making a list of news events that hit my radar, and I usually have photos with them, and so I just write. Like, here's one. In November of 2025, they retired the penny in the United States. The last ever penny was minted. It was minted for the last time. That's one of the things on my list for 2025. That seemed like kind of a big deal, right? You guys might be like, that's not a big deal. I had, the Eagles winning the Super Bowl as a big deal. It's just what hits your radar. So everything is factual. I am not listing any opinion. And I just ask that you guys do the same, that we don't really talk about news things in the news or in the chat, so that it's not, nobody comes for that. All right. So what I start out with, well, this one is in the news for all of 2025. It is in the news for all of 2025. Now, Melissa, I just saw you post again, and it's not that. So, you know what? I'm going to reply to your email. Hi, HandCam Plan. I just saw you there as I scrolled up. Nice to see you, friend. I will reply to your email, and then I will ask you to tell me what you wrote in the chat, because I think it sounds like you need hugs. Do I repeat news bullet points that used in the previous month? So, Carrie, when it is for a year, I do. It is just like this. It is just like my about last year list. About last year, my list for about last year is pulled from all of my about last month lists. So the same thing goes for in the news for the year. In the news 2025 has things that I pulled from each of my individual in the news lists. I'll also tell you a way if you want to start doing in the news and you haven't done it all year. If you Google top news events for 2025 in the United States or in your country, it should give you a list of the top news ones. So if you don't remember, or you haven't been tracking, or you started in the middle of the year, that would be another way to start. But with this list, just as with my about last month list, it is a list of things that I keep track of every month. I don't sit down at the end of a month or start of a new month and go, let's see, what were the news events? That's a lot. I find I have to keep track of things during the month. So I have a note on my phone. The note on my phone holds all of my about last months and all of my in the news for years. So that's another place I can go and find things. But that ongoing note is something that when I sit down to do an about last month at the start of a new month, or when I sit down to do an in the news for a prior month, I just go to that note and everything is there. So it makes it really easy. Makes it much easier than trying to come up with things, on the fly, if you haven't been keeping track. The other thing I do, and these are things I talk about quite a bit in my year in review project kit class that I do every year that goes with the project kits. I also have a photo album on my phone that is called In the News. And I have a photo album on my phone that is called about last month. And so that's where all of those photos go, right? So then it's really easy for me to do this. It's really easy for me to pull all of those photos, because if I had to this morning sit down and go find all 12 photos that are relating to things that hit my radar that were news events in 2025, that would take me forever. But if I just do it a little bit a time, basically at each month, then it's really easy. All right, so what I just did there, this was a 5x7 photo. It's easier to see that way. That's a 5x7 piece of photo paper. You see that it's 5x7. This way it gets a little distracting, because instead of one 5x7 photo, I have 12 smaller photos. I print this with the Epson PictureMate PM400. That printer is incredibly powerful. It's a little printer. I don't know, it's maybe like 9x6x3. It prints 3 sizes, 3.5x5, 4x6, and 5x7. What really makes it powerful, though, is the free app that goes with it. And that app is called the Epson Creative Print app. There is a free class here on my YouTube channel where I walk you through all of my tips and tricks and things I have learned over the years in using that app that makes it really easy. I mean, it's not a difficult app in the first place, but there's so many tips and tricks that make life so much easier. when you are trying to find your photos and do things like that. So if you have that printer, or if you have any Epson printer, I highly recommend that you go check out that free class. And there's two ways to find that, either here on my YouTube channel, go look for free classes, or if you go to my website, there's a whole little, little link up at the top that says free classes, and you'll see it there. So the way I got all these little small photos is there are pre-configured templates on that Epson Creative Print app. So I go in, I pick a template. In this case, I wanted 12 photos. There's kind of one photo for every month of the year. And I bring up that template. And when you install that app, you give it access to the camera on your phone. And then you just pull your photos into that app and place them where you want it. So incredibly easy to do. Janaea said, when you do, I think she just deleted, but I think I caught the gist. Am I just doing this for local, or so you can do it city, state, country, continent? But for the most part, I do it. Well, the Pope passed away, Pope Francis, so that wasn't necessarily local. The shootings in Bondi Beach, Australia, that wasn't local. So it just depends. I kind of just mix it up. It just depends if something hits my radar that maybe is not local, then I put it on there. But for the most part, it's typically what happens in our country, because that's, probably more of what I'm tuned into, unless it's a really big news event that happens to be all over the news. All right. So that is how I got this photo. Now, that's a 5x7 photo. What I did there, I had to trim it. You may have noticed I trimmed that a little bit. The reason I trimmed that is, this is 5x7. My Traveler's Notebook inserts are standard wide. They are 5 by 8.25. So you might think, well, Lael, this is 5, this is 5. Why do you need to trim this a little bit? Your staples in the center, you lose a couple millimeters. So I just trimmed that just a little bit. And I am just going to do a background. Even though you really won't see much of it, I am just going to do a background right here, all right? And there's two ways I can do this. This paper I pulled from the Vicky's flower market. Is that what it is? Oh my gosh, I haven't used this in forever. Hang on. Flower Emporium. I pulled this paper from Vicky's Flower Emporium collection because it was just super basic, right? I just need something really simple. So what I could do here, I could come in and trim my paper like I do to 4 3/4 wide by 8 tall. But when we look at that, the majority of that is going to be hidden. So instead of wasting that whole piece of paper, I could just come in and do 2 strips. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to do, let's see, maybe just so we have a little bit of an anchor, 3/4 of an inch. That should be plenty. I'll do a 3/4 of an inch strip, and then I'll do another 3/4 of an inch strip. Then I've got all that paper left to play with for something else. Now I need to trim this to 4 3/4 because that is the width of my, that's the width of, not really. It's really more, it's all right. It'll be fine. I'll do them both. Since I already did that one, I'll do them both 4 3/4. Really, it should have been a little bit closer to 5, but that's all right. It's okay. No reason to start over. So rather than putting my photo down and then putting this on top and my other one on the bottom, I am going to put this down first. Then I don't have to worry about exactly where I'm placing my photo and then placing these guys on top. Oh, but I really should round that corner first. Oopsie, ooh. That is going to be an interesting one. It doesn't have an edge where it really stops. Wait, there we go. Hang on. Gosh, that is such a little piece. I'm struggling. I'm not going to round it. It's just not going to be rounded. Normally I would round that, but it's not going to happen there. Because that piece won't, it doesn't know where, let me see. There's not enough of an ending edge to be caught by the corner rounders. So that's why I couldn't do that. Now we put our photo down. Now here's the thing. Obviously, none of these things are my photos, right? I was not in any of these places. And so I just go to Google. If I need a photo for my in the news list of the Eagles winning the Super Bowl, then I go to Google and I type that in and then I see what I find and see what works. And then I just save it to my camera roll and there we go. All right, so that's that side. Over here, this guy, it's just kind of gonna be plain. It just is what it is. I'm gonna do some stamping on here, so that'll help to jazz it up a little bit. But I have done a lot of different in the news lists. So idea book, there's always a chapter in the idea book every year of in the news lists. And so if you're looking for inspiration on, this is usually where I'm like, oh, this is so hard. I have a hard time trying to make it look different because I've been doing them for so many years. But all right, there is the base of my list. Now I need white cardstock again. Oh, I will also tell you what I'm so excited about. I had to step away to grab my cardstock. What I am so excited about the new idea book this year. Oh, you guys, guess what? Becky is very talented. She's very talented. That it is an overhaul. The whole design. I mean, it's still the same. You know, it still has all of our lists and it still has everything that you guys love about the idea book, and that you have the date, you have the link if you want to go watch the list. It's on YouTube, but what's really cool, it is totally redesigned. It looks like a magazine. And it is just pretty special. Just wait till you see it. You're just going to love it. That will come out middle of March that's the sixth year of listing with Lael. And, excuse me, 7th year of my turning my side hustle into a full-time thing. So big celebration. That celebration is going to be a little bit different this year. Normally, we do an all-dayer on What in the what did I just do here? Four and 3/4. Oh, no, it can't be 4 3/4. Jeez Louise, Lael. That was weird. Sometimes it's hard to talk and think at the same time, especially measure. I need to make this a little bit narrower. It needs to be 4. This is 4 by a little bit wider. 4 by 7 1/4. That's going to go there. Oh yeah, so our celebration, our anniversary celebration will be a little bit different this year. It's going to be half on Friday night and half on Saturday, for a couple of different reasons. Number one, I have a conflict on. There are 4 couples of friends that we were trying to get everyone's schedules synced so that we could all do a pretty special thing. And that was the 14th, the only day that everyone could do it, kind of late that afternoon. And I said, okay. So we are doing our celebration across 2 days. Friday night, probably until about 5 p.m. We will probably do 5 p.m. Mountain Time. So 4 p.m. Pacific Time will probably start. And then we will go until about, we'll probably do 4 to 9. 4 to 9? Yeah, probably. 5 to 10 Mountain Time on Friday night. And then we'll do probably as many hours on Saturday. All right. Just looking. All right, so here we go. I'm going to do a little bit of stamping. And let me look at my list. The stamping that I would like to do. News, dislike, in real life. This is now retired. So I won't use this again, but I really felt like I needed to use this. Okay? I really felt like I needed to do dislike because there's lots of news things. Wait, that's not the right one. You know what? That's going to be, hold on, let me make sure. That's going to be the second giveaway. Let me look behind me here for another stamp. Here we go. That is going to be the second giveaway. This one has never been used. All right, this is the Opposites Attract stamp set. It's a 6x8 stamp set. It has been retired. We will make no more of those. They are sold out. There are a number of stamps that have been retired this year. Last call stamps. Amy, if you, oh, you are. Okay, good. Amy, will you do me a favor and put the link to the retired stamps or the last call stamps? If you're not sure where those are, it's one of those options under the Lail by Mail products. But those stamps are, once they're gone, they're gone. And they are, they're discounted as well. So I will not use this again, but when we're listing together, because I don't like to do that. I don't like to use things that you can't get because then that makes us sad, right? But if you have it, you can use it. If you have it, you can use it. And if not, then you could use letter stickers if you wanted to use something like this, you could use letter stickers, or you could use, I'm just thinking of something right here. Letter stickers, you could use alpha stamps, whatever it is. Yeah, and there were a number on that last call that have already sold out. So I need this. I need my In the News stamps. So let me look. In the news. Okay. What I was thinking here, I was thinking I might make a little grid. So if I could do dislike, maybe it would need to be like this. Maybe In the News would be over here. In the News, this is way too long, but it could do this way. Oh, maybe that would work. All right, so I'm just thinking I would like to put 2025 here because this is, the year. And so I have a couple of different In the News stamps that would work here. We could do this guy right here. If I did this guy right here, like this, In the News, dislike, and then I could write out 2025. Now, I don't dislike all of this news, but I dislike most of it, just because it's just, most news is not good news, right? Anyhow, so I thought the dislike would work really well. There are 2 different In the News stamp sets with a third one coming later this year. It has already been designed, and I already have, I think it's already here. Maybe it's February when it's coming, but there are 2 different In the News stamp sets, and I think this one is sold out, but I think it's coming back this week. There's a lot of things to try and remember in my brain. Dislike, In the News, dislike 2025. That's what I'm going to do. So do we just make it black? Or do we use another color? This is hard because there's a lot of times there's a lot of red, white, and blue, just because you have flags, or I don't know, the news just seems to have a lot of those colors. What if I do, what if I do a gray or something, just so it's not so blah, blah. Or I could just throw it all in the wind and say, I don't care what color I use. I can use whatever color I want. Certainly not pink. Pink would be weird. I mean, I guess it could be fine, but generally you don't see me do things like butterflies and things on my news lists. Faded jeans, maybe we'll do faded jeans just so it's not so boring. Faded jeans, where are you? Okay. If you like chartreuse and you wanted to do chartreuse, oh, wait a minute there. Now, wait, what about this? What about this? I like that idea. So a bunch of grays would be good. So you know what we could do? In the News could be black, and then dislike could be a gray. And then I need to write the year there. So if I write the year, that's going to be a little bit harder. Maybe we'll just do black and gray. We'll do black and gray. So for my gray, I would like to use probably hickory smoke, maybe? Let's look. Let's look. Faded jeans. Faded jeans are better than new jeans. Oh, that's fun. That's funny. Gray and mustard. I could do gray and mustard, right? I could do that. Then we'll do that. Let's mix it up. Let's not use black. All right, so then when we say mustard, now mustard seed is probably way too yellow. So we probably are going to go to my default fossilized amber, or we could do scattered straw. Mustard seed, a little bit too bright. Scattered straw, fossilized amber. We'll do fossilized amber, why not? That's probably my, honestly, most used ink color. And then we'll do gray, hickory smoke. Hickory dickory dock smoke. Oh, so opposites attract. Have you guys been chatting away? Just in case. Just in case. Just in case you've been chatting away. Okay, let me do this. In 1 minute, I am going to draw the winner. I get distracted. I told you, that's you guys, it's your responsibility. If I don't draw any winners or forget the prizes, that's on you, not on me. Gray. Hickory smoke. Let's see. I have a question for you guys. We're going to do a really informal poll right now. We're going to do a really informal poll. I'll draw the prize and then we're going to do an informal poll. So the prize winner of this, it's not used, of this, or if it's used, no, that's mine. Whatever. This guy. No, this one. Not used. Opposites attract stamp set is scrolling up, scrolling up, scrolling up. It is Sarah Foss, 9504. Sarah Foss. Congratulations, Sarah Foss. Please send an email to laelbymail@gmail.com. Please, 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 if you ever win a prize, please tell me what you won. So in the subject line, please put winner, opposites attract, and then your mailing address, and team will get that in the mail to you this week. I have an informal poll, and I think I know the answer, but I am very curious. So I would love not your opinion, I want to know what you would do in this case. As you guys know, when I use black, this is my very, very, very favorite. This is the only black ink I use. It's the VersaFine Clair Sucaniko in Nocturne. It is a pigment-based ink. It gives the best solid coverage of black. And I've been using this for years. This is the only black I use, literally. And I order a lot of this because I use it, you guys like to use it, and so you order it from me. Well, I just went to reorder it, and there's still some on the website, but I just went to reorder it. It hit a level where I like to then reorder, and they have increased their price. The price was $10.49, which I thought was steep, and so I think I had it on the website for $9.99. I think I was, giving you guys a little bit of a discount, not much, but a little. The price has increased now to $13.49. $13.49. Now, I haven't raised the price yet because everything that I've ordered and that's in stock on my website is still that old price. It's still $10.49 that I, marked down to $9.99. So I'm curious, you guys, what if you saw that price? Because what I'm trying to do, I'm trying to understand, even though I love it, because you know what? I love it so much that I would continue to use it, but I will not continue to use it if I don't carry it. That doesn't make a lot of sense for me to use something that I don't carry. So just informal at that price, $13.49. Would you guys still buy that, or is that too much? And Ms. L said it sounds like a normal price increase lately. Linda May said it's still worth it. It's a good black ink. This one is made in, so it's made in Japan, but I think they are catching up to the tariffs. So probably what happened with them is they had a large stock. They had a large quantity in stock at a different tariff rate, and when they had to reorder, they had to pay for the tariff. So too much. Yes, I would still use it. Yes, I would still buy it. Probably not. Can it be reinked? Lauralee, it can be re-inked. So maybe what I will do is I will also bring in some of the re-inkers. Then we probably need Amy to give us a free class on re-inking because I have not had much success or luck with that. So Amy, if you would write that down, let's just have you plan on doing that at some point. And so it's kind of split. It's kind of split. So what that tells me is that I will probably carry it, and then people can decide if you want to buy it or not. Kathy said, what else would you offer? So I'm working with my rep at the distributor that I work with, and she is sending me a couple of different options to try. One of the reasons that I like this ink so much is because it's a pigment-based ink, and that's why I use Distress Oxide. It's pigment-based ink. I really like the coverage that I get with a pigment-based ink. So I need to find another ink that I like that I would work with. So I will kind of investigate and see what's going on. Here's what's happening. You can still find it out there right now for less. I won't tell you where. You have to do your little Googling. And if you find it for less, it's because those places have it, and they have a stock of it where they probably have a stock of it based on what I'm seeing, where it was at a much lower price before the last maybe 2 increases. All right. So there you go. For me, I am looking for a pigment-based ink. That is why. The VersaFine Mary C. plants, all of the VersaFines have gone up. All of them. So just to kind of know that's what's going on. If you can find them now for less, I would suggest buying them. That's because the price increase, people still have inventory where the price increase has not gone up. So from what I'm hearing, I will still order. I won't order in as larger quantities. I will also bring in the re-inker for that. And we'll see if I can convince Amy to do us a free class for us on how to re-ink, because I need that too, because I don't know how to re-ink. I've tried and it just doesn't work well for me. All right, thanks for being the informal focus group. I appreciate that, you guys. I appreciate that. That really helps me. All right. Yeah, when I saw that, I'm like, oh, big swallow. Oh my gosh, big gulp. 10.49 to 13.49. That's a big increase. But you know what? That probably means they have been absorbing their price increases for a while and have not been passing them along. And then, as a manufacturer, you can only do that so long before you have to kind of bite the bullet and say, okay, I guess we better do it. All right, so in the news. Here's another question. When you are stamping this way, do you stamp in the news this way, or do you stamp it this way in the news? So does it start from the top in and go down, or does it start this way and go in the news up? I don't know. Don't know. Oh, Linda May, everything has gone up in price but my wage. I know, right? Yeah, mine too. I don't pay myself, so yeah, everything's gone up but my wage. That is, and I don't know, that's just, everything goes back into the business, so. All right, so I'm going to do it this way. I don't know if there's a right or wrong way, but that's the way I will do it. In the news. Up. Did I do it up? Up like that? I don't know if that's up or it's down. I don't know which way is up or down. Things have to be looking up in the news. Up like that? I think that's up, right? It's funny. I just went ahead and stamped. I didn't wait for you guys to tell me. I didn't wait for you to tell me. Is that up? Okay, that's up. Okay, good. Good. That's up. That's up. Okay. So there we go. There's the start. In the news is up. Yes, we would like the news. So there is, I don't know, there is an account. There's a couple of accounts I follow on Instagram that every so often they have good news. And I always love to read those things. I always love to read the good news things. I should probably remember them more often than I do the bad news things, because I tend to remember the bad news things and not the good news. All right. This is why I this is why I always should have my little thing up here to put my stamp on, because guess what? I don't know where my, where did dislike go? I'm disliking the fact that I've lost my dislike stamp. Can you guys see it? Can you guys see it? Can you see my dislike stamp? Does anyone know what I did it? It's on the sleeve. On which sleeve? Oh, there it is. Yes. Yes, see? This is why. Thank you. Thank you guys always have my back. You guys, I'm always like, what did I do with it? And usually somebody rewinds and they're like, oh, there it is. This is why having something like that is helpful so that I don't lose it. All right. So now I need a different size stamping block, right? You see how I keep changing out my stamping block because I right size my stamps to my stamping block. Here's another tip. Well, besides that, it's not clean. Put your stamp down on your work surface because then you can get it straight on your work surface much easier than trying to get it straight on your stamping block. All right, so I get it straight there and then pick it up with my stamping block. Oh, I don't need to clean it first because I'm just stamping black, so that'll be fine. If I was stamping another color, then I would want to do that. Oh. Wasn't I going to stamp with Lael? I think I was going to stamp with gray and elbow grease. I was going to stamp with gray and with gray and fossilized amber, and I totally forgot about the gray. And that's okay, really, because that is just kind of an outline stamp, so we really wouldn't have even seen that. Pardon my reach. Yeah, they're easier to find when they're not clean, right? All right. I know, I keep forgetting. All right. Okay, so now we are going to do our yellow, right? That is fossilized amber. I would say 9 times out of 10, you see me applying the ink to the stamp as opposed stamp to ink. I feel like I have a lot more control when I do that. Dislike. I don't know, when it's big and bold like that, it seems to carry a little bit more weight, right? Definitely that carries more weight than if I had a dislike word in a script font, right? Just that seems to hold a little bit more, seems to be a little bit more powerful. If it was in black, it'd probably be really powerful. Dislike. Nice even pressure. Generally not a good idea to rock your stamps. If you rock your stamp back and forth, you tend to apply undue pressure at the top of the stamp and the bottom of the stamp. So your little stamp material there tends to kind of blur a little bit. I'm giving you a little bit of a blurred look at the top and bottom because you're, applying too much pressure in those spots and not in other spots. All right. All right. Okay. So now I think what I will do here is maybe we're going to lean into this kind of grid that we're making here. So we're going to do this about right here. Like that. And then we're going to do one over here too. Like that. And then right below here, I am going to write 2025. 2025. Okay. Dislike in the news, things I dislike for 2025. And I think that is all I'm going to put there. I was going to put a real life stamp on there as well, but I think that's not going to give us enough room. So let me get this put away. And that's not the right one. Boy, kind of got a mess here. Let me just clean up a few things so it's not as crazy. Just clean up. I feel like I need to clean up, sing the Barney song. The cleanup song. And now you're going to be very angry with me because that song's probably going to be running through your head all day long. That's how kind of too you know someone's age. If you had kids when Barney was big, then that means you're probably my age. Uh-oh. I just put that away without putting it away. Oh, please. Okay. Well, look it. So if you ever wondered maybe why I might have more than like 3 of these. It's because I already owned one and I bought one again and then I bought one again. You know what I'm saying there. I'm saying that it could happen, you guys. So generally, if I'm doing a flat lay, like the photo that you see for our listing sessions, then I will grab a clean stamp there. So let's do this. I'm giving one away. The other thing I will do is, if you are hoping to snag one more of these, I have another one. So shoot me an email, lailbymail@gmail.com, and the first email I get for that, you will, I'll send you an invoice for it and you can buy it. Because now I have no idea what I did with the third one. I do not know what I did. Then that way somebody who really wants it will get that second one. Gosh darn it. All right, well, we'll just put that over here. We'll find that later. We'll find the stamp set later because I felt both of those and they definitely have them. Okay, so things in the news, things that I am disliking for, well, in general. News in general I dislike, but it's part of, it's part of the world, so. What little icon would I like to use here? I need a little mini icon. This is just going to be one big run-on list. You know what I will use? How about if we use the hickory smoke for our bullets? We'll do that. So we have a little TV. We have a book, which would kind of be like a newspaper-ish. I have a thumbs down. No, I won't do thumbs down. That's too much. That's the thumbs down could be implying too much opinion as opposed to fact. So I will not do that because they are all, maybe not all that way. Okay, let's go back to this one. Let's go to the regular bullets and more. What if we just do let's just do a star. How about that? We'll just make it easy. We'll do a star. Little star. And then that way we can see the gray a little bit. I am placing this stamp on a totally different type of stamping block. This is a stamping stylus. All right. There is a yuck face. I know, but then here's the deal. This is where I would be breaking my own rule where I said no opinion. So if I have some smiley faces and some frowny faces, then that tends to become opinion based and not fact. And then, yeah, so I'm going to stick with I was thinking that too, but the thumbs up or the thumbs down. I just need to, gotta walk the talk. If I'm going to say it's fact, it's got to be fact. I can't get my opinion in there. All right. So we're going to start right here. Oh yes. I was talking about stamping block. This is a stamping block. This is a stamping stylus because you have such a teeny tiny little stamp there. Right sizing your stamping block to your stamp means you need a small stamping block. When you end up with a small stamp or a small stamping block, if this was just a little guy that would be like this, but even smaller, that'd be really hard for me to hold, right? So that's where this one makes it so easy because I can just do this. Like, look how easy that is to stamp that little guy. All those little stars, so easy to do. So that's what we're doing. That's what we're doing. And these are actually in order. They are in order because my photos are in order. Let's come back over here just so we can see this as we're working. We'll put this guy right here. Move these things out of the way. I am going to need that open. Okay. So that one, January. There's two things that happened in January that were big news events in our country. But I only had room for one photo, so I will list both of these. The first one is that Donald Trump was inaugurated as the 47th President of the United States. That's a fact. Like it or not, depending on who you are, what country you live in, that is a fact. So well, they're all fact, right? Next one, the Palisades fire, the horrible fire in Southern California, killed 12 and destroyed 6,837 structures. Okay, next up on my list. So those were both January. February, the Philadelphia Eagles won the Super Bowl. That is a fact. Well, all these are facts. Philadelphia Eagles won the Super Bowl. And you know what? That can be controversial. Maybe you don't like the Eagles. So that's why we don't talk about our opinions and what we feel about things in the news. We just list the ones that hit our radar that were factual. The U.S. government deported 280 migrants to Salvadorian prison. Okay. Continuing along. A real ID compliant driver's license kind of went into effect. If you want to fly, if you don't fly, you're probably like, huh, what? That you have to have a driver's license that is, excuse me, real ID compliant, has a little star on it. So that's what we have here. Palisades Fire, Philadelphia Eagles, Salvadorian prison. Oh, I skipped one. Whoopsie. Pope Francis died. So that is not U.S. in that, you know, he doesn't live in the U.S., but it's kind of worldwide because he was a very prominent religious figure, not a political figure, although some people might say a religious figure. Minnesota lawmaker. State lawmaker and her husband were killed, shot and killed. All right, and you know, it's funny. I have gone back and forth over the years on whether or not this is a list that I want to continue, just because a lot of it is really, really just heavy stuff, right? And then I think, you know what? This is part of what I want to do. It's part of, you know, it's part of documenting our history and what's going on. And every so often I forget one or I skip one. I don't skip one. I travel and things happen, and then somebody will reach out and go, Lael, we haven't done it in the news for this month yet. And I'm like, oh yeah, we need to do it. So inaugurated, that's what I put. He was inaugurated as the 47th. All right, next up. Oh gosh, the floods in Texas. The catastrophic floods in Central Texas. That killed 135 people at least, so we'll do that. Okay, moving along. I'm running out of room, so I'm instead of calling him Donald Trump, now we're President Trump, I'm calling him Trump because I'm not going to have enough room. Dispatched National Guard troops to D.C. Do you guys do it in the news list? Just curious. Or is this one where you're like, I'm going to work on another list, or I'm going to work on another project, or you're like, I don't know. Israel, I don't have a photo for this one either. Israel and Hamas reached ceasefire agreement. U.S. Mint produced the last penny ever. Oh, I know one could be on here. It's not. I didn't put it on my list, but if you are a pop culture fan, Taylor Swift getting engaged. That was kind of a big news event. But it could also be controversial because maybe you don't like Taylor Swift, or maybe you don't like Travis Kelce, or maybe you don't like the Kansas City Chiefs, and then that could totally make it, controversial for you. End to the longest government shutdown in history. Shut down. And then the last one that I have is the terrorist gunman. Killed 15 in Sydney, Australia. All right. So there is my in the news for all of 2025. As I clean up, I'm just kind of again on that. That was a really easy one for me to do because I'd been doing in the news every month for the full year. I had my photos from, all of my in the news lists in that folder that I talked about, that I keep on my phone. And I've had my lists. I could either go back to my finished lists, or because I've done everything in my notebook or my workbook, I could go back to my workbook in each month and just look at what things I had on my list and then pull out, 12 or however many I think would fit. And then there you go. I'm all about trying to maximize time, right? Meaning that if we can do some of that, if we do some of that work along the way and keep up along the way, it makes it so much easier when we get to the end of the year and doing some of our kind of year in review or year wrap up lists. All right, let's see now. No news. Finishing. Linda May is doing something totally different, which I love that. Some of you guys do that. Some of you guys some of you guys have never actually made a list with me, and you've been here a lot of Saturdays, which is totally fine, right? Because you just want some company. You want company. You may be working on another project. Linda May is finishing a quilt. Some people are working. Some people are driving. Some people are cleaning the house, right? Lots of different things. I just love that you're here with me. We can all hang out and play. Because I say, if you guys weren't here, I would not be doing this. And I love this. I love to do this. And it would make me sad, but it's kind of like we talked about before. For some of us, reading seems like a guilty pleasure. This would seem like I really struggle. I really have a hard time of letting myself play creatively because I always think there's other work I should be doing instead, right? So there we go. Things dislike in 2025. I feel like maybe, is that going to be weird if I do? I feel like I need to have one more little line there. So we're going to do one more little line and hope that we don't hate it. And if we do, we're going to say, oh, well, we're going to leave it as it is. It's kind of just floating out there in the atmosphere. Okay, there we go. All done. All done. Okay, we are ready for our next list. Pam is cleaning the house, right? Sometimes it's just to have, I do it too, especially if Nick's out of town. And sometimes if it's like on a Friday night and I know Vicky's doing a live, I will just be working or doing whatever and I have her on the background. It just makes it feel like somebody's with you, right? Just kind of nice to have someone with you. Pam is listening and she's enjoying every moment of it. If this was you, please tell me if this was you, because I would like to write this down because I would like to remember every time I share this. Last week, someone shared that her granddaughter, when her granddaughter would come over, her granddaughter loves to look at her lists, and maybe it was her about last month lists. Can't remember specifically what month, what list it was, but her granddaughter, every time her granddaughter comes over, she asks to see this. She asks to see her listing notebook because she really likes it, and it's like their family history. So if that was you, please tell me, or please send me an email so that I can remember and write that down. And anytime I share that I would like to say who told me that. Mary Pat added some perspective. So let's see what this is. An opinion page. Mary Pat. So guess what? You know what? I will tell you guys. If this wasn't public, and I was doing this by myself, and it never went on social media, and it certainly never was in an idea book, absolutely I would have my opinion here. We all have opinions, right? There's nothing wrong with having your opinion, and no one's opinion is wrong. Okay? It's their opinion. And by definition, your opinion is your opinion. Can't tell somebody their opinion is wrong, or you shouldn't, right? I would absolutely list my opinion and talk about all this because I have opinions. We all do. It's just that because this is public, I will never, ever, ever share my opinion. It's just not something that I want to do. And nothing wrong with people that share their opinion or businesses that share their opinion. It's okay, right? It is okay. It's just not something that I ever want to get into. And so very few people know my opinion about these kind of things. My family and my really close friends, like really, really, really close friends. A lot of my, just kind of acquaintances would never know my opinions on these things because you know what? They don't need to, right? They don't need to. Virginia. Oh, you guys are under a tornado watch. Be careful. I'm glad that this has been a way for you to spend your time in a safe way that I assume that you still have news on or something if you need to know when that tornado watch goes another direction. But I'm glad that we can hang out and that it can help you get your mind off of that, right? That's a lot to have your mind on. Okay, next one. This one is sometimes a fun list to do. It just depends on what's on your list. This one is things I want to forget about. Things I want to forget about last year. Forget about last year. Now, this morning, this is what set me off I was set off on probably not a very good headspace before we even started this morning. And that is because at about 9:30, I was pulling everything out, all of the, I always know ahead of time roughly what product I want to use. And so I'm getting things out, and I went to pull my Curiosities in Willow Grove product out. And I'm like, where is that? And I mean, all of my stuff gets stored always in the same place, which clearly not this time, but really I don't know. I am so perplexed. It is a large pouch. It's one of these, but it is so full. So this is, how does this disappear? This is 14 by 14 and it was full to the gills. I have no clue where it went. Absolutely no clue. And so I kept looking and looking and looking and I couldn't find it. And I kept opening up the same cupboards where it should be. Is it in there? Did I miss it? Not there. So then I was angry with myself. And so I was kind of already on not a good start this morning when we started, and then I had technical difficulties. So this is what makes me so angry. Because then I had to go downstairs and get all new products. So I have something to work with. And that just really made me mad. That's not a very good business thing because now all of that now is out of inventory. But I'm like, seriously, don't you guys hate it when you do that? Like, where did it go? I didn't take it to California with me. No, I know, right? So it's like, what did I do with that? I mean, no one else in my house crafts. So like, where would it possibly be? Like, where would it be? I don't know. Maybe Nick took up crafting while I was gone and has been working on scrapbook pages or something. I mean, but doesn't that make you frustrated about yourself? It's like, So that also is another thing on my things to focus on for 2026 list. Not only preparing for all of these things on Friday so I can get up on Saturday morning, have a nice leisurely morning, not be stressed. But also once everything moves to the warehouse, then, and my filming place goes downstairs. Then I can really organize this room again because it has gotten out of hand. And clearly it's out of hand if I can't find something and this room isn't that big. It's like 12 by 12. So yeah, Reggie, it's Reggie. It is Reggie. Reggie totally did it. He totally did it. I know. I know. He probably has he probably built a nest somewhere that he's just like sleeping on top of all of it. Anyhow. And as I'm talking, I am literally still just like visually looking around the room, and the room's messy, but it's not that messy. And how do you lose a big 14 by 14 pouch? Anyhow. So this list, like I said, is things I learned this year. So what I thought I would do, there are kind of 3 categories. As I started making which one is this? We already did learned. This is forget. This is forget about last year. Oh, that was almost bad. So as I was making my list, I noticed that things were kind of falling into some categories. And so I decided to put them into categories. I will have kind of 3 sections of my list. So sometimes it would just be a run-on list of things I learned, but I thought it might be nice to just kind of break them into categories here. So that's what I'm going to do. So I would like to use some pattern paper because this pattern paper in this collection is really, really pretty. Curiosities in Willow Grove. So let's look. I probably had things separate. Ooh, that's nice. I probably had things separated out already. Oh, I like that one too. That maybe I would want. Ooh, that. Yeah, this is going to be a problem. Do you notice the pattern here? Ooh. I don't dig in those 3 colors so far. I need at least I need a background, and then I need at least 3. This will make sense in a minute when you see what I'm doing. That could be fun too. So clearly I am pulling out the more kind of neutral patterns, right? There's no flowers. There's really no artwork on any of that. So that's kind of where I'm starting as my base. Oh, 2 sheets each of 12 different papers. And so now I'm going to the repeat. So with this, I have, I've got some things to work with there. Those were the 6 by 8 papers. So you know what also is probably going to happen here? There's probably going to be one heck of a giveaway when I find, you know what I'll probably do? Maybe that would be a good one to wait. When I find that whole pouch of product that I had already started working with, so it's all opened. When I find that pouch of product, I will do a big giveaway when we do our March big anniversary celebration. And then someone will win a lot of fun Curiosities in Willow Grove. Okay, so I need, think from part of my title, I am going to use these letter stickers for the word forget. And then I will probably just write in this year. So I would like to do something with a 3. And when I look at a 3, I think that I might like to do this guy. This 3. Or I could do, where's the other one? I'll do that. I'll do that one. So 3, and then I'll probably write things I'd like to and then forget. Or 3 things. Maybe 3 things to forget. That'll be easier. 3 things to forget. 3 things to forget about last year. You just write this down. 3 things to forget, and then this about last year will come down here. Right? All right. So then I am going to 1, 2, 3. Really 4. I'm going to use all 4 of these. So if I put this one over here, maybe, and then I pop it with that one, maybe, and then I need a background over here, and then something else over here. This guy, I don't know. Now that I see this with everything else. Let's start with these 3. So I want to do my title first. This is going to have pattern paper and this is not. Well, it kind of is. I need to get going though. It kind of is, but so where'd my pen go? There we go. All right, so let's start out by, this needs to get outlined. Like that. And I'm going to hold off on doing that side for a minute. That'll make sense in a minute. I put the forget part first. What's something you want to forget about last year? Oh, Julie has hit the nail on the head. Nick is using that 14 by 14 craft storage pouch with all of Vicky's Curiosities in Willow Grove in it to make a Glimmers Traveler's Notebook. Yes, he is. He's going to be logging his glimmers in there. That's why I can't find it, because he took it. He took it. All right, so we need to spell the word forget. We are going to take our little ruler and we are going to start out by adding our alphabet stickers on the ruler. Partially on the ruler, partially off. And I am using that little horizontal line right there to line up my letters. That is the first reason that I do this. Use a ruler. Hello, Reg. Hello, Reggie. He's probably going to join us here again in a minute. He's walking around me. Oh, there he is. Reggie, go get in your bucket. Come on. Go get in your bucket, please. Go. Go get in your bucket. Come on. Go get in. I know the table's really messy. It's hard for you to go. 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 Get in your bucket. Come on. Get in your bucket. Get in your bucket, please. Come on. Get in there. Get in there. Come on. Oh, good boy. He walked right in. It just took a little prompting. But he's in. I have a little white IKEA bucket that he sits in. He sleeps in while I'm doing this. And sometimes it's for hours. He doesn't leave for hours. Nick needs to be here to defend himself. I know he's skiing though. He's skiing, so he gets the one. He's the one that gets thrown under the bus today. And I will tell you when I find it. You know, it's going to be one of those that you're like, oh my gosh, duh. Duh. But that is going to be one of the things that is going to make it a little difficult when I move to a warehouse. Because I am in the habit of just being able to run downstairs and get what I need. And downstairs will still be downstairs, but it will not have what I need, right? Warehouse will be somewhere else. So the product will be somewhere else. So that really is going to mean that I need to really plan in advance. That also means that I plan in advance, but not enough. So that just is going to mean I need to right before I do that, I need to stamp my 3. So we'll talk about again why that's on that ruler. All right. When we get there. So the stamps, we're going to stamp 3 things I'd like to forget about last year. And as we look at the product, I mean, I kind of can't go wrong. There's so much great color in this collection. I don't know yet what I'm going to pull in from, although I just saw something I liked. This flower is really pretty. I used this on a list not very long ago. It was on a Glimmers list, I think in November. So it's like, I know I had it. I just don't know what happened to it. This flower is really pretty. Curiosities in Willow Grove. If you have not checked it out, I think Amy probably popped it in the chat, but it is also in the description box of the video. So it's under the What I'm Using link on the website. It is a beautiful collection. There's a ton of parts of the collection that can be used for anything, right? Like some of these things that we're using, this could be fun. Maybe we use this little mushroom. That would be fun. I like the green. All right, let's see if we can find maybe something else. Oh, there's a whole trio of mushrooms there. Let's see. These are I am working right now with I don't know, we'll see. I am working right now with the laser cuts. So these are the laser cut foliage. So a combination of sticks and twigs and greenery and feathers and leaves and florals and just a really beautiful assortment of pieces here. The laser cuts, if you have not worked with the laser cuts before from 49 and Market, they are pretty awesome. And the reason that they're awesome is that they are kind of like in maybe a white. We've got a lot of color that's going to be happening. So we'll see if maybe we could, even this guy that doesn't have a stem. I'll continue my thought process here in a minute. They are incredibly delicate. So they are cut with a laser. Well, I'll show you this guy. You can see, do you see how intricate that is? They're very delicate too, so you have to be careful with them when you're pulling them away from the sheet. But just a whole different look than a die cut because they're laser cut. So you can get some really cool intricate cuts there. Those are also really fun for layering. If you layer with, you could stamp, you could use blendable rub-ons with them. You could use regular rub-ons with them. They're just kind of fun to play with. So, things to forget about last year. I was going to see if there's anything, these little things that I wanted to pull in, these little cute word things. All right, so I just need a stem now. I need a stem for that flower because it doesn't have a flower with it. But maybe, a stem with it. What if I tried to use these guys? These little cute berries. You just have to be really careful when you're pulling them away from the sheet because they are so delicate. Try not to lose any of these blooms here. In fact, I think I'm going to just tear part of that away. It may help release those guys a little bit easier. Oh, I already lost one. I lost one of the little blooms. If you're an impatient person, like me, good luck. Uh-oh, I did it again. Oh my gosh, okay, it's okay though, because guess what? I can just use my little glue pen to glue those back on and no one will be any wiser. No one's gonna even know I did that. Because it's gonna be our little secret. All right, I still need a stem though for that guy. So what if I bet I could use just this little thing, this little guy right here. This could kind of be my stem. There we go. All right. So now that I've figured out kind of what I'm doing there, I need to figure out what color I'm working with here. I would like to work with, I don't know, I feel like this is going to be different. I really feel like I want like a dark blue in there, like a navy, even though there's no navy in what I'm using yet. And I don't know if I'll use any navy, but I just really feel like I would like that. I feel like I would like a really dark blue. So let's see. Chipped sapphire. I think it's chipped sapphire. So let's, if you're kind of black averse, a really dark navy is good. A good color to use, or a gray, right? Because then you don't feel like everything is black. All right. So one thing I need to do, because I'm going to stamp right here directly on this page, I have to be careful. The paper Miranda for the laser cuts, it is, if that's what you mean, it is just cardstock. It's paper. If you are stamping directly on a page, it's always a really good idea to check to see what you did before. And usually I do this so quick that you don't even know that I'm doing it. So if I go back here and I think, oh, I'm okay. If I stamp dark color, solid stamp directly here, I don't have to worry about ruining this page because I've done something on the page, right? So my lined paper you won't see this because I've covered up the lined paper. But sometimes that's not the case. So, and an example, let me see if I can find an example. Here's an example. So here, when I stamp December right here, that's pretty wide. It's pretty dark color. When you turn the page over to here, Well, I had work directly on the insert. So the chances of that ghosting or shadowing could happen, but when I looked, most of it was covered up, so I wasn't worried. So when you're working in something that you are stamping directly on, just double check to make sure that it's not going to affect something that you already did before, because you wouldn't want to ruin with a little bit of ghosting or shadowing what you had already done before. All right, so right size our stamping block to our stamp. We've got a good little guy there. Let's grab our little tester notebook here. It is a beautiful collection. It's so pretty. Uh-oh, yep, be careful. Be careful, don't fumble your block. All right, so that I need to really ink up more. That's also something you can kind of figure out when you're testing. If maybe you have not, you don't have enough ink on your block. All right, much better, right? And there's nothing wrong with the top one. It's just a little faint. I like the bottom one better. So I was able to tell that because I had tested it. Now, before I stamp, there's something I need to do because I'm stamping directly on this page. I can't take the page out. I can't be stamping on that flat surface, right? Because I can't just tear the page out of the book. So I have to give myself a flat surface to stamp on. That is when a pencil board comes into play. Pencil board is a fancy name for something that you can slide underneath something to give you a flat surface to stamp on or write on. All right, so that's what I'm doing here. Pencil board, underneath my page, I'm gonna explain what just happened here. Pencil board underneath my page, I'll tell you in a minute. Something just popped. I don't know if you can hear it, but something just popped. Pencil board underneath my page to give me a flat surface to stamp on or write on. So now I can stamp right there and it's going to be flat. It would be a little bit difficult to try to stamp on that without that underneath. So let's re-ink this guy up again. Make sure it's nice and solid. 3. Nice solid impression. There we go. Now, something just happened when I did that. Sliding that pencil board in, that made my staples, the staples didn't pop, but that signature, that piece just popped out from the staples. And that is not uncommon. That happens anytime that I work in a Traveler's Notebook insert where I am adding a lot of pieces. So I pulled this guy out. This is March through June of 2025. And actually all these are pulled out because Amy photographed them already. But what tends to happen is that you get to a point in your Traveler's Notebook where it starts to get really chunky, right? So this is really chunky so far. I added so much that my little staples can only hold so much paper, right? And then those staples just kind of start to, your pages pop out, right? So that's what's happened there. That never worries me because it happens every time. What happens when I get done with an insert and after Amy has photographed them for the idea book, that's why these aren't done yet, I will deconstruct the entire insert. What I mean by that is I take off this cover, I take out the staples, and these are all now loose. They're all individual pages. I take a piece of pattern paper that is larger than that cover because look what happens. That cover is no longer big enough because the more you add, the more it wants to push out what you have, right? So you can see it's no longer big enough. So I take a piece of pattern paper that is then wider. I measure it so it's wider so it covers up all of those little edges. And then I punch holes in that. I punch holes in all of my pages and then I stitch it up with wax thread. That sounds a lot more complicated than it is. There's a free class here on my YouTube channel where I walk you through how to do that. It's really easy to do. Simple stitch. I never remember what this one is called. You just through and through and through and through. And I used wax thread because it's really strong and it, it glides through all the pages really easily. But that's just what happened there. That page just popped out of the staples. All right, so let's put this guy back. If I can find where it is. This guy goes right here. That blue is chipped sapphire. Chipped sapphire. If you are looking for inks and you are shopping on my website, I don't carry all 72 of the Distress Oxides, but I carry probably about 60, I want to say. So you'll probably find that there. All right, so now we're back to this forget, okay? So I use alphabet stickers on my ruler for two different reasons. Number one is so that they are straight. If I use a line on my ruler, that means all of them are straight. But really, this is predominantly why I use this one, or why I use a ruler, is because I don't have to do any measuring. I don't have to split the difference and say, okay, where's the center of what I have over here? 3 can go to the left, 3 can go to the right of the center of this space, whatever it is. If I put it on my ruler, I just move them around wherever I want it to be. Do I want it to be here? Do I want it to go here? Do I want it to go down here? Do I want it to go over here? I don't have to commit. And if I would like it to get centered, all I have to do, now that I'm looking at this, I should have gone a little bit further over to the edge. So this could go here. But if it goes here, that's really going to change. That's okay. I think I'm going to do that. It's going to change the design of what I was thinking for this page. But let's do it here. I like it here. I don't mind it here. So I press down on the tops of all those letters and then gently pull that out. All right, so now it's straight and it's positioned exactly where I want it. Okay, so now that means over here, I need to write the rest of my title. So this is going to say 3 things I'd like to forget about last year, because now I have enough room for that. 3 things I'd like to forget. I'll just do this too. Forget about last year. Okay? 3 things I'd like to forget about last year. I don't often do a title that way. I don't know, I feel like the Dos Equis guy. I don't often but when I do, it's this way. So we're definitely going to have to do something like this just to visually separate all that stuff going on. And maybe we'll just do 2 because that seems to be my thing these days. All right, 3 things I'd like to forget about last year. Now, what I was going to do over here is now totally going to change. And the other thing, I now have a lot more room that I've got to figure out how to fill in over here, right? Because one of my things will not take up all that space. So, do we put this guy right here? Now, my other dilemma is I was going to put some pattern paper over here and then do a lot of pattern paper over here, kind of do a kind of a layering thing, but I really now don't have. Maybe we just do that. We still need 2 colors over here. We'll do that. All right, so this needs to be 4 3/4 by 8. This is, let's see, this is what my list looks like, my sketch looked like, and now it's kind of gone rogue. So I was going to do a little box there with a little border behind it, and then I was going to do pattern paper here, box with a border, box with a border. So we're just, I mean, it still kind of looks the same, but it's going to be a little bit different. Okay, where is my this trimmer. Miranda, I love Miranda, thank you. Miranda said, this feels like a master class for someone, me, who is on her 2nd year memory keeping. Love this so much. I love that you love this. Miranda, that is a glimmer for me today. Probably a much needed glimmer since I just things were a rocky start, that's for sure. starting before we even started when I couldn't find the product that I needed, and then technical difficulty. So thank you for sharing that with me. I really appreciate it, because guess what? That is now a glimmer for me today. Thank you for that glimmer. So it's one of those things. If you think it, say it. As long as it's a good thing you're thinking. If it's a bad thing, maybe don't say it. But to anyone, including me. But if it's a good thing, if you think it, say it, right? You never know when someone needs to hear that. Well, you guys probably knew because, yeah, it's a little bit of a rough start, like I said. Okay, so this guy, we'll get to that guy in a minute. What else now? I feel like if I can maybe find a few more things to fill this area in with, then it won't be so, I'll do 1 here, 2 here, and 3 here. So with that said, let's look and see. Let's see what we have here. These are the Icons and Titles Ephemera set. Obviously, lots of icons. Observations from this day. I don't really know what I have in mind here, since I am now totally out of, I know. Okay, hold on. Let's see, what if we do rub on? It's all live, friends. It's all on the fly. It's thinking on the fly. Miranda said she has alpha stickers she wants to use. She hates getting them wonky. Try the ruler trick. So rub-ons, all right? So what if, okay, hang on. Could this part go down here? I'm going to be very careful here. You have to be very careful with rub-ons. And if I use rub-ons, I'll explain what I mean. So I'm going to be really careful here. Would I like that down there? I don't think so. We go to 1 more set of rub-ons. I would never do this, what I just did. So do as I say, not as I do. That's risky, because you run the risk of getting your rub-on on all kinds of things that you didn't want them on. So hang tight. What if I used, you know what, I think what I'm going to do, even though it's going to be really narrow, because this is going to be hard to try to fill this in, and then it's going to look kind of funky. I think what I will do is, I think I am going to take, what if we do this? Oh yes, that's it. Okay, so I'm going to take this, and it will be part of our background. We're going to chop this off probably about right here, and chop this guy off probably about right here. It's going to be really narrow. It is a mess in here. It is one giant mess, isn't it? I guess that's how you know good things are happening. Oh, Lael. Okay, hold on. These need to go back in the package. This is a disaster waiting to happen. You don't want your rub-ons to get separated. So let's put these back in the package, or at least put them off to the side on the floor. All right, so now we are cutting that paper. There we go. I love this paper. It's so cool. Like, it's kind of grid there with some text in the background, a little bit of watercolor, and then those circles at the bottom. It's very cool. So where's my mark? My mark is here. It'll be narrow, but then I'll just write narrow. All right, so now let's see how this thought process is going to work here. This guy will go right in there. Lots of color in this one, that's for sure. This guy goes there. I love that. Kind of looks like clouds. This guy is still going to go over here, but I am going to work on this guy. I'll work on my stuff over here outside of my traveler's notebook. I'll do it off the page and then add it. So I have a thought now. I have a little bit of a thought. If I if let's look. In the box. 2 in the boxes. In the box 2. My back is turned to you while I find this. So, what if this work? Problem is, over here I need way bigger boxes. So, I mean, I could make my own boxes, but I feel like those are going to be too small. So, no in the box. Yeah, when I go rogue and don't have an idea, then it takes sometimes a little bit longer. This little flower is going back here still. And I guess, you know what? I don't do this often. I think I would be okay writing on here. I think I'm going to do it. Right? So now that I can pull this out, since the pages came out, then I'm just going to embrace that. I'm also going to have a sip of coffee here. More like a gulp of coffee, I think. Let's go ahead and put this guy down, I think. You know that my kind of adhesive of choice is that tape runner that I use, but there are times when you cannot use a tape runner. And trust me, a glue pen is your friend. This is way easier than a glue stick, because a glue stick, you'd have a heck of a time trying to get the little stem down there. So glue pen is your friend. Okay, there's the start. And now, because it won't look right, well, I better wait. I was going to outline the whole thing, but I'm not going to be writing down here. I'm kind of just relying on that little area. I might put a rub on or something. We'll see, to help fill in that space. So the first thing, the first category of things on my list, politics. I would like to forget politics. I would really like some. I want some little stickers. And, oh, I know what I can do. Let's pull these out. Let's pull these. These are the letter scramble stickers. So I still have some of these in stock, but I'm kind of done working with them. I've been working with them for a couple of years. So I am not going to continue to restock these, but I think these will be good for my little headers here. I have politics, I have business, and I have personal. So politics, we need to see how much space we have. Before you start on a word, make sure you have enough letters. So if I wanted to use these little guys, right? I do not have enough letters to spell really one word, let alone all the words. So we don't want to do that. Even if I come over here, because I have another sheet. I wonder if I can use these guys. Let me see. Let's see if these guys would fit. Politics. I think if I squish them together, they'll fit. Since I don't have a ton of room. So let's just start and see if we can squish those letters together. I have lots of, oh, actually, you know what? Okay, stop. I'm going to do something different. Instead of using these, I will end up using these on our next list. That's what I had them out for, was our next list. I am going to use little Poalphas, right? These little guys. These guys will work great, right? These little teeny guys. And I'll have plenty of room to spell what I need to spell. So let's do that. Then I don't ever run out of a letter, and I can make whatever color I'd like. So maybe that's when we're going to bring in Chip Sapphire again. So let's get another one of our little round cylinder guys. It's debatable. Some of these might fit on a stylus, but most of them won't. So, and I don't know, do we want to use these bigger guys? Would they fit? Let me keep going and see. I'll overlap. I think they'll fit. Let's use these guys. I think those guys, this one would fit fine up here, but my boxes are going to be way bigger when I get to the second page because it won't be as narrow. So that's what we're going to do. A little tip about these stamps. Well, obviously you can see that there are 2 size fonts, which is kind of nice. You get big and little, especially if you want to do some kind of title that you want, smaller words words that you want less emphasis on in your title, you could use small, and then more emphasis, you could use large. But you have multiples of some of your most common used letters, like we really did that with the smalls. You've got a couple of, did we? No, not on this set. Never mind. That was on another set. Never mind. Rewind. Rewind. Okay. Politics. P. So you'll notice I stamp all of my letters individually instead of putting them all on one stamping block and stamping at once. That is because I like to control the placement of my stamps, and I cannot get close enough if I am putting them all on a block and stamping out the full word at one time. I just can't get close enough. And so I'm going with a big O there. I do them separate. And if you've ever stamped a word and put it all in the same block, you'll notice there's quite a bit of space between each of the letters when you do that. And that's because there's extra polymer, extra stamping material around each of your stamps for stability. And so you can't get as close, as maybe you'd like to otherwise. That's why I do that, if you're wondering. Tabitha said, I like to get creative so I can use them up. Referring back to the alpha stickers. When I use up a whole sheet, I feel really good. Yep, I love that. Making mixed titles with orphan stickers. Exactly, right? So mixed titles with orphan stickers. It's basically, if you wanted them all to have some cohesiveness, you could go to all of your blacks. Maybe you have, a whole bunch of different black alpha sticker sheets, and you've got, orphan stickers on them, meaning there's just a few on them. Politics. Polit. Trying to see which ones I want to do upper and lower. So you're mixing fonts in the same color. In this case, even though I'm doing it with stamps, I am mixing case within the same font, right? Mixing case within the same font. So if you have a lot of lowercase and not many uppercase, you can totally do that, or vice versa, if you're using alpha stickers. If you have white, or sometimes it just depends on the sticker. Sometimes you can just color them. If you color them, then they can be the color that you want. But it really depends. If the stickers have a coating, then that is not going to work for you. So, and I am, it's funny. I am having a little bit of an issue here. I'm going too fast. Politics. You can see what I mean, right? You can see that I'm kind of going downhill a little bit. Even though this is a grid, and if I was following the grid, I could be stamping evenly. I'm not. So I actually, because I'm mixing case, it makes it okay. So that's a little skimwampus. Oh, Nick's popping in from the ski lift, I bet you. From the ski lift or maybe lunch at the lodge. Oh gosh, holy cow. Oh my gosh, it's not lunch. You know what, you guys, we're not going to get to our last list today. I can already tell you it's 2:18. We're blaming that on the technology issues that we had. All right. We will get this list done. We will not get to our last list. But I will tell you what it is, and I'll even tell you what's on my list because I still need to do it because I think we planned for it in the idea book. So it kind of has to be there because all idea book is all laid out. And if we planned for that, then it still has to be there. So I will probably be doing that list on my own tomorrow. And then I will share it with you when we are next week or when we're listing together again, because we're not listing together next week. All right. Because I am out of town. Right. I would like to do one little dot, a period after all of these things. There we go. Politics. And I might as well just write what I'm going to write right now on my list. I love it. Marla said, what 3 stamps or die cuts would you recommend get just for starting out listing? I'd say a bullet stamp, 100%, and that's what Amy said. A bullet stamp would be a stamp like any of these. This one is super basic, and it has 1, 2, 3 different number fonts. So if you're numbering your list, you've got 3 options there. And then these are all just little bullets. And as Amy was saying, for most of my lists, I use bullets. So something like this, what I did here. So I'm writing a big run-on list, and I am just using a bullet stamp to separate the things on my list. Next one, I would say probably an alphabet stamp set for titles. If you did not have a lot of product, your alphabet stamp set will go really, really far, because you're never going to run out. You'll always have what you need, and you can make your title any color you want. The one that I'm using is actually a really nice one, because it does have the 2 sizes on it. So it has the smaller size and the large size. I would say those 2 things right there would probably be my biggest recommendations. Hello, Miss Vicky Booten. How are you, my friend? Feels like forever. Oh, and look at what we're using. We're just using some Curiosities in Willow Grove. All right, so my lists for today are a little bit different than normal, in that I'm doing a lot of writing on them. Normally, I don't do writing. Normally, it's just, a bullet point on my list. But these require a little bit of writing. So there's 2 things here. Politics. The political divisiveness in our country has been over the top this year. Far more so than any other year I can remember. So I'm writing off the top of my head. I know over here that divisiveness in our country was one thing. And so I don't figure out ahead what I want to say. I mean, in my head, I know what I'd like to say, kind of. I just start writing, and then whatever is there is there. Sometimes I run out of room. Sometimes I don't. It just depends, right? It is difficult to watch and read the news and see what is happening and not feel hopeless. I'd like to forget about all of this year. Unfortunately, this has been on my list for the last couple of years. Things that I'd like to forget about a year. And it's political, but it's not political. In that it doesn't matter if you're on the right, if you're on the left, if you're in the center. I think everyone would agree that this is a big problem in our country. And it's hard for me not to get upset about it, and not to feel helpless, and not to feel like the whole weight of the world. And part of it is the world, right? But how do it's difficult for me to see what is happening and not see how things will change in the future. All right, so I'm going to stop that one right there, because I will do something else down here. I will either stamp a quote, or I will look more through the collection and look to see other rub-ons or die cuts that I might be able to pull apart from here. I will also tell you this though. In fact, I might do this right now. This could be fun. And actually, I'm going to go totally rogue here and do something I hadn't planned on doing. And I'm also going to show you something that I was working on last night. So let me just come up here. I may or may not be able to find something for this to work right now. So, but this is, I think, what I'm going to end up doing. This is also a sneak peek at a product that will come out later this year. When I work in, oh gosh, Nick's here. When I work in my junk journals, one of the things I really like to do is to take magazine clippings. And so I have a lot of these magazine clippings, and they are words and they are phrases and they are all different kinds of things that I can use in my junk journals. And so I'm going to a retreat next week, and I'm not teaching, I'm just there to play. And one of the things I will be doing is organizing all these in some semblance of order, so that it makes it really easy for me to find things. So I think what I will do, I think I am going to put together some kind of something, I don't know what it is, and put words there to make a quote or to make a feeling. So this is an example of kind of how I would use something like this. Back in 2017, I was memory planning. And I mentioned this at the beginning, and some of you were asking like what that was. And this was my memory planner back then. But memory planning, basically this, in a planner, adding photos, adding memories, here's good examples, right? So I'm doing something like this. And this was a really fun way for me to remember some of the small details, where I'm not remembering some small details in my listing. I don't really do a lot of scrapbooking anymore. So this is what I was doing for quite a while in 2017. Look, there's Vicky. That was one of our favorite trips together. But anyhow, this was a really fun way for me to kind of journal, but in a fun way, and add photos and product and things like that. So and it's really fun to actually go back and look at some of these things. Anyhow, I wanted to read that. So I decided I wanted to start doing that again this year. Carrie, I don't know if you're still here. Carrie had asked about this at the beginning. So I started a memory planner this year, and I'm using an undated planner, a B6, I think it's a B6, from Archer and Olive. But this is what I was playing with last night. Well, first of all, sticker book, that month by month sticker book. Also, all those little numbers are my little calendars numbered. But this. So that's my memory planner for the first week in January, part of December and part of January. And I pull some photos and I pull lots of different product. There's also a really big sneak peek on here of some new rub-ons that are coming, and they have nothing to do with any of this art. It's word art. So nothing like that, nothing like that, nothing like that, but some word art. Maybe like that one, or maybe like this one, or maybe like this one. So fun things coming. But as I was working on this is how sometimes I use those word strips. See, like there, for extra fun, bubbly and beyond. Those were two different things that I put together. Oh yeah, there's another word strip, or another new rub on there. No matter the occasion. So I think that's what I'm going to do. And I obviously don't have that planned out here for yet. So that's something I'm going to have to add, come back and add after the fact. All right.
You need to let these
and then here's a little bit more. What?
I told you need to let these poor ladies up. They've had enough.
They have not had enough. There are lots of women still here, Nick. You go away. You go away. He's kidding. He thinks you guys have had enough. But here, same thing here. Now these are alphabet stickers, but that I just cut out of a magazine and I had it in my little pouch of words. Planning essentials, that was another one. More than excellent, that was another one. So It may be a little bit harder for me to find what I want here, but guess what? If I can't find the words that I want, all I have to do is take some words that I did find and start cutting out the letters and then just make what I want there in letters. So that's what I'm going to do there. That is going to be totally rogue. That is going to be totally rogue. There'll be a blog post tomorrow on the blog. I'll put it in the Facebook group and Instagram, just kind of about how my process in that first week in my memory planning, if you want to see. But anyhow, that was a real squirrel moment, friends. That was a real squirrel moment. Carol, the link to that Archer and Olive Planner. Shoot me an email and I will send it to you. I am not an affiliate of theirs, so I'll just go to my purchase and send you the link. I mean, it doesn't matter if I'm an affiliate, but yeah, I just like that planner, and it's a large size, and I knew I wanted something kind of large, so yeah, junk journal, and that's I mean, that to me, that type of thing is super freeing because there I use all different kinds of product. I also pull in a bunch of older product that I have to do things like that. So anyhow, that's what I'm going to do right there. So with that said, let's go to the other page now. We're back here. This is going to be the other side of this page. So I need 2 blocks, 2 white cardstock blocks. So let's grab those. Let me grab some white cardstock over here. I tell you guys, just playing sometimes it's, well, I had so much fun last night playing. It was not even funny. I had a lot of fun. In fact, that's part of my problem. I really should have been preparing for today. And then I would maybe not have the technical issues that I did, but that's all right. I was having too much fun playing. And you know what they say, all work and no play. All work, even though preparing for this is play, but preparing for it was work. And I wanted to play. I didn't want to work, so I didn't. Didn't want to work. I was probably feeling sorry for myself because Nick was in the other room watching a hockey game and I was in here working, and I'm like, I'm not going to work. I'm going to play. And then I played for a while. Oh, wait, why did I cut that there? That is way too narrow, Lil. Don't mind me. Please don't mind me. All right. There we go. Oh, I know. One of the things I was trying to say before when it comes to stamping, the paper that you stamp on is almost as important as the quality of your stamps. There's 3 kinds of stamps out there, right? There's at least that I know of. There's the red rubber stamps, there are acrylic stamps, and there are photopolymer stamps. So I'm speaking specifically to the difference between photopolymer and acrylic stamps in this particular scenario. The reason or the way that you can tell the difference between a photopolymer stamp and an acrylic stamp without even taking it out of the package or using it generally is going to be the price. Acrylic stamps are typically very inexpensive. You might be able to find a 4x6 stamp set for $6. And if you find a 4x6 stamp set for $6, just know it's going to be acrylic or it's on major sale for some reason. It's acrylic, and acrylic stamps don't necessarily have the same quality as a photopolymer stamp. That's why your photopolymer stamps are more expensive. But almost as important as the quality of your stamp is the paper that you're stamping on. You want to be stamping on a nice quality paper. If you are not stamping on a nice quality paper, you'll notice, you will really notice. And when you see me stamp in, like my little testing notebook here, there's a heck of a lot of ghosting and shadowing, right? You see that? That's ghosting and shadowing from the other side, like that. And that's there because it's really thin paper. If you have paper that has a lot of texture to it, sometimes you may not like the stamped outcome because the ink has a hard time adhering to the texture. So the high points in the texture, it'll adhere, but the low points in the texture, it won't adhere. So generally, you want a nicer quality paper or cardstock that you're stamping on. And for me personally, I don't like it to have texture because if it has texture, if you have texture, it is, for me, I don't like the way it stamps. Let's see. Carol, B6. Carol, I'm pretty sure it's a B6. Yeah, it's a B6 because an A5 is like 5 by 8 roughly. So this guy is 7 by about 7 by 10 about. All right. So what I'm trying to decide here now, this is this one side of the list. What I'm trying to decide here now is how tall do I want one of these to be versus the other? I'm not really thinking about what I have to write. I'm really thinking about more how it's going to look. That's how it's going to be. Yeah, okay. So I had to go back and look to see what was on my list. I don't want them to be even. Even will not be fun. So let's just do this. This is our top one. And our bottom one's a little bit too long. We need to cut some off of that. Let's see what we're looking at. Here and here. Right? I think that will work. Now, what I would really like, let's see if Vicki put a navy for us in there. Wouldn't that be awesome if there was a navy piece? I know there's a navy star piece, but is there a navy piece in the paper pack? Well, maybe. That or that. So there's something that will work here. I'd like to pull in a little bit more navy. So let's see. That, I really wish there was one of those, but in navy. Oh yeah. All right, I think it's going to need to be that first one because this will probably be too distracting. I don't know, maybe not. Let's look. Let's see, because we won't see that much of it. I would just like a little bit. Oh, actually, I think that's it. That will be fun. This is going to, especially when I do my little cryptic words there with the, not cryptic. They won't be cryptic when I write them or when I spell them or when I find the magazine words. It'll be cool. Here's a little tip. You don't have to buy magazines to be able to make those words. Airports, hotels, grocery stores even have those little stands that have the brochures where they're trying to sell you something or advertise you something. What I mean is something like this. Like this. I grabbed 3 of those when we were in New York because I knew I would want to use this on something. I knew I would want to use that on something. Then you have things like this, now playing, holiday, engagement, any of these little words you can cut out. Same thing for this guy. I grabbed this when I was in LA. The best day, right? I don't need to say LA. The best day. The best day. I've got 2 of the best days. Absolute awesome. These are all free things. Jump into, world, super, right? All of these things. So if normally you look at these little stands that have all of this on this is a great one. It just got real. You see these little stands and you poo-poo them because you're like, you know what? I'm not a tourist. I don't need those things, or I know where I'm going. These are free and these are like gold when you want to do, incorporate things like that into your projects. Okay, but I'll have something fun. It was originally planned as part of the new travel collection that's coming out in May, but we had to cut it for that just because we ran out of time. And so it will just come by itself. Well, it'll come by itself with something else, but so that, well, I won't tell you anymore because I don't want to totally give it away. I also don't want someone to steal my idea. I've had a little problem with that recently, and it makes me very upset. So I'll try to keep that one close to the chest because I would really like it if someone didn't steal that idea. I know, you know what they say, I guess imitation is the most sincere form of flattery, but also it still makes you mad. especially when it's your business. Especially when it's someone way bigger than you and they do it. Then I get really angry, but I won't dwell on that. Okay, ready? Here and here. All right. So that is going to be fun because I've managed to pull in a little bit more of that blue, right? Now we have some flowers that I think we still might want to pull in. So maybe, ooh. All right, I don't want to put a flower here. Do you know why? Do you see that? Then that's just kind of odd. So this flower may end up floating a little bit up here. We'll see. If I kind of make it go off to the side, it won't look so floaty. And then I think maybe, what if we put this little mushroom here? And then we put maybe this guy here in here somehow. And then this little one in here. Okay, hang on. All right, and then I think maybe what I'll do is I might put this little guy in there over here too. So what I'm going to do with those three guys, they are together. They are kind of together, right? I kind of have them, or I don't know. I better not do that. I'm worried about that. All right, so we're going to start with this guy. We're going to put this guy down first. This one, if I need to slide something in underneath him, I will be able to. Ooh, actually, hold on. Probably should adhere this first. Okay, now we can put our mushroom down. Just need to be careful because I don't want him to kind of go off the page. Mushroom. And then we have this little stem. Since my white flower didn't have a stem, I'm making a stem from one of the other little laser cuts. And now I can see that I have a little piece in there that is not part of the stem. It's part of the background. Okay. Now let's take this guy. And where did we need this to go? We can lift this up a little bit, maybe right there, so it's on top of it, but not so much in there. Come back this way. And then we'll take this little guy and make the rest of our flowers. That works. This kind of looks like a vase. The mushroom is the vase. It's the vessel for holding the flower. I just like that green. I think that mushroom is kind of fun. That also, if I need to go kind of ransom over here, you know when I say ransom, where you're cutting up like a ransom letter, where you're cutting up all of the little words, little letters to make a word. All right, ransom letter that you would mail to someone if you were kidnapping someone and you wanted to, get a ransom. That would be a letter that you would write them. But the ransom letter was made up of letters that were cut out of like a magazine, right? So, oh yeah, we said this guy needs to kind of go over here. With all this color, if I, for some reason, couldn't find words that would fit here, and I was doing like a ransom letter type, then I've got enough color in here that I should be able to make something work, right? There. We'll just have that guy just sticking kind of right out of there. Okay. Oh yeah, thank you, Bev. More giveaways. Thank you. See, I get so caught up in the stuff that I would forget. All right. Flash, like a flash mob, but it's going to be a flash giveaway right now. So in the chat away, and let's do another 25. Let's do another $25 store credit. This little guy needs to go right here. All right. And then really, I don't even know where the other one went. There was another little one, but you couldn't even really tell that one was missing, right? You really couldn't tell. Okay. So now we are ready for this one. Ooh, guess what? That wasn't very smart. That wasn't very smart because I didn't really leave enough room for my... Okay, this will say personal. And this will say business because business will fit here, but personal is going to have to fit down there. We're back to our Poe Alphas again. Our little, actually, let me move that over there so you can see. Back to our little stamps. Our little alpha stamps. Oh, so this one is called personal. We're starting off with a P again. Politics, personal, and business. I'm just trying to be funny there. If they all started with a P. Is that the P? It is. Okay. So that's my first one was politics. Things I'd like to forget. Politics. This is personal. So we'll spell personal. Let me get... Oh, I know. Okay, this is what we're going to do in the chat. I know you've already been chatting, but I would like to know what you would like to forget about last year. What would you like to forget? It can be personal. It can be work related. It can be whatever you want. You get to decide. All right, that'll give you something to chat about. Oh my gosh, tariffs. Yes. And guess what? That can also be on my business list. I'm going to add that to my business list right now. Tariffs. That is a big one. I would love to forget. When you have to pay the tariffs as a manufacturer, you would really like to forget those. Politics, body pain. Oh, right. Yeah. Bev, she'd like to forget her total knee replacement. Shelly, my dad's accident and him having to have surgery. And here's the thing. You could want to forget things about other people too, right? It just doesn't have to be related to you. You can want to forget things on behalf of someone else. Oh, your boss getting let go, devastating. Dad was hospitalized and then rehab for 7 weeks, getting older. All the political upheaval that was created for all the political upheaval that was created for her personally. Loss. Oh, replacing the furnace, right? Yeah, right? A lot of things. And here's the thing, you guys. I guess the whole thing to say, Carol would like to forget going through radiation therapy through the month of January, and you made it out the other side. Robin would like to forget a former coworker, right? There are some people we would like to just erase from our lives, right? Totally. And that's okay too. I have not done the giveaway yet. I was just trying to add more chat in there so we could, but then that helps me get to know you guys too. Pam, would you like to forget Lisa? No, loss. Schedule change, maybe. A lot. The fires. Aid being cut. Your daughter lost her, NAF. I couldn't see that. Aid being cut. Daughter lost her funding for research. There's a lot of things. Ooh, breaking both ankles, Maritza. That is hard. Holy cow. So you guys here, the reason that I'm asking that is not necessarily because, I want to know, I'm interested, but I think also that it helps for us to see what other people want to forget, to realize that we're not alone, right? Joyce, forget how much I ate and not able to control eating. Joyce, you know what? I have been there so many freaking times in my life. I can't even count how much. So I can totally relate to that, right? I can totally relate to that. So you guys just know you're not alone. Lots of people have things that they want to forget, right? And sometimes, even if you don't want to do a list like this, sometimes the act of just writing it down, even scribble it down on a piece of paper. Scribble it down, all the things you want to forget. And then guess what? Roll it up, squish it in a ball, light it on fire, and get rid of it. Or throw it up, squish it in a ball, put it in your shredder. Throw it up, squish it in a ball, and throw it away. Sometimes that exercise, literally, of feeling like you're physically getting rid of something, that can be a huge help. All right. So even if you don't normally list with us, even if you don't normally write things down, type them on your phone, type them on a piece of paper, and then shred it. Okay. Maybe that will help. All right. So that is, I am going to scroll up in the chat. And the winner of that is Pam Mackis. Pam, congratulations, Pam. Pam is the winner of another $25 store credit. Pam, please send an email to lailbymail@gmail.com. In the subject line, please put $25 credit. And I will add that to your account. Next time you shop, it will be there for you to shop with. I like doing mixed cases. That's what I'm doing. Stamping my mixed cases. I rarely, if I'm doing a mixed case, will start with an uppercase letter. I just don't like the way that looks. And while I have my stamps out, I am going to do the business one down below. All right? Just because then they're out. Might as well. Business. Now, this probably won't span the whole width. A new computer system at work. Oh, yeah, right. Oh, yeah. Pam would like to forget how she overextended herself. And guess what, you guys? You can forget it all. You have the power to forget it all, right? We decide, and believe me, I'm the worst person to say this. We decide how much we keep and what we let go. And I keep a lot that I shouldn't keep, right? We should just let it go. Let it go. Business. Business. Sometimes I have to write it down, the word, just to make sure I remember how to spell it. Or repeat it over and over and over in my head. Business. Business. Mary said, what I would like to forget is political. So silence is golden here, right? Sometimes it's hard to, even if you're not searching for it, even if you're not listening to the news or, sometimes it just finds you. Sometimes it's hard to forget it. Oh, Colleen, your friend losing her house. That's tough. In the fires. That's really tough. Let's see. Now I'm like, what did I miss? I'm missing all kinds of things. Oh, Sarah, that's a hard one. Telling my friend she had to leave my house because of her drinking. Sometimes we need to fire our friends. That's a hard one. I learned that term years ago in business. Sometimes you have to fire your customers. Sometimes you have a customer that is just not worth it. Especially if your customers are rude to your employees, rude to other customers. Sometimes you have to fire your customer. Firing your customer, even though there's a financial hit, sometimes is a lot easier than firing a friend. Firing a friend is, sometimes you have to fire a family member, right? Where you have to cut all ties because you just can't anymore. You just can't. And I think sometimes when we're in those situations, we feel like we're the only one that's going through something like that. We're not. You know what? We could probably, if we were all in person, we could probably spend 8 hours. We'd have to have some funny things in, or else it would be really, tough. But tough isn't always bad. It'd be a lot of emotional work. But sometimes just talking it out with people and knowing that you're not alone and knowing that other people go through similar things. I bet we could find, for most things, maybe not everything, but for most things, we could probably find someone that has gone through the same thing or something similar that we'd like to forget, right? One Crafty Bee, I love that. Just said a regular news list and a good news list, right? You're right, Mary, it would be a lot. 8 hours on it would be a lot, but it would be more fun than sitting alone with it, right? And you know what? Maybe you don't have friends or family that you can talk to some of the, we can talk, right? I'm an open book. I tell you guys all the things, although sometimes I don't really tell my friends some of these things, but you guys are my friends. Sometimes I just talk to you guys about them. But if you maybe don't have friends or relationships where you can share these kind of things, Well, you can hear, right? You can hear. Absolutely. This is a very welcoming group. A very welcoming group. It would be very therapeutic. You're right, Pam. It totally would be. It totally would be. Okay, and then I feel bad, you guys, because sometimes I miss. Sometimes you type things and I miss what you type. So please don't ever think if I didn't read what you typed that I was being insensitive. I just didn't see it. I didn't see it. Usually what makes me say that is I see somebody respond to your comment and I'm like, wait a minute, what? What? What am I going to do? Oh yeah, I just added my little dot. Are you going to add the dot? Yes. Patty said, I feel very lucky to have a place like this to come to escape to, right? And it's all because of you guys, right? I mean, you guys have built it. I'm just here. I'm just here blabbering away. And you guys are the ones who share. I mean, if it was just me sharing, it would not be as, I don't think it would be as impactful if other people weren't here sharing. So I appreciate that you guys do share. Business. Personal, it doesn't really fit here anymore, does it? Well, that's okay. It doesn't need to have it. But now what I have to do is this. It is going to be time to eat some food soon since I had one bite of breakfast. Guess I better find some kind of protein to feed myself, huh? All right. There are my boxes, and there we go. All right. So I worked the navy in, right? Maybe you thought I was a little weird doing the navy over here and the blue and the orange and the yellow, but it all works in. And then this is totally good when I do whatever I do here with the words cut from the magazine or the letters cut from the magazine. I think that will just be fun. All right, personal. What are the things on my personal list? Personal. Gosh, I'd like to forget. Poor sleep. I never had any idea how not getting a good night's sleep can affect you. Darn Reggie, plus being a light sleeper, plus menopause has done a number. Oh, speak of the devil on me. Oh my gosh, guess what else? That wasn't even the only thing. I had two things for personal. The other one was overextending myself, but guess what? I overextended myself. I didn't leave myself enough room. So watch this. Also overextending myself. So I forgot that I had two things there. I would not have blabbered on so much about poor sleep if I had not. Oh my gosh, that was so cute. He just put his little paw in there, didn't he? Hi, kitty. That's so cute. He's like, hello, you need to be done. He's like, yeah, you need to be done. That's funny. He's going to cut. Now he's going to start bugging. He's going to start bugging us. He's like, hello, everyone. He's like, yeah, let me get my paw in there. Don't forget about me. You knew I was talking about you, huh? I was talking about you. That's right. Probably right when I was talking about him. That's probably his way of saying, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Mom. All right, business. Now there's three things because of the tariffs. So I'll start out with tariffs. Tariffs. That is a long 4-letter word. Yeah. It's disrupted not only our economy, but my business. If you did not know, and I will tell you this from personal experience, and this is fact, this is not opinion based. It is the person that is importing the product that pays the tariff. So as a business, if you are importing product, in order for you to get your product when it hits our country, you have to pay the tariff. If you do not pay the tariff, you do not get your product. So you've already paid the manufacturer for your product, but now you need to pay the government whatever that amount is, depending on the country and so forth. So it is 100% the manufacturer that is paying the product. It is not who is making the product for you overseas. It's not a factory that's paying that. It is the business that is importing the product. Now, what happens there is that many businesses, most businesses cannot absorb that extra cost. And because they cannot absorb that, meaning just pay for it and not pass it along, all or a portion of that tariff that then gets passed on to the consumer or the person buying the product, the end consumer. So it is the person that's importing it that is paying the tariff, and then in the long run is also the consumer that is importing it. So just that is, and I can just tell you from personal experience because I manufacture and import product from overseas. And so that is what happens. So tariffs, 4-letter word, but it's a longer 4-letter word. I would love to forget those. Now, there's a reason for tariffs, and not all tariffs are bad, but there were a lot in 2025, and there were some that were incredibly exorbitant amounts in 2025. So I would like to forget tariffs. Another one, I would also like to, yes, hence the 1349 for the VersaFine Claire, right? That's just what happens. Where is that paper full of script from? This is from Curiosities in Willow Grove. That's from the 6x8 pad from Curiosities in Willow Grove. All right. Next up is another thing for business that I would like to forget, and I probably just need to do one of these little guys because I'm going to have a number of things, and don't worry, that'll stand out here in a minute. Next up is manufacturing issues. We have been very lucky. Manufacturing issues with our suppliers. We had a real string of bad luck. And nothing that you guys would know because you don't need to know. However, we had boom, boom, boom. Literally probably in about a 3-week period, 3 to 4 weeks, we had some issues with 3 suppliers. They were nothing that we had done, because I'll be the first to say if we had caused them, of course. But just some ordering one thing and they manufacture and send an entirely different thing that they also make for you, but it's the wrong thing. And 2 other pretty big issues, but I would like to forget those because I've been lucky enough up until this point that we'd never had a problem like that. So we're knocking on the wood that is now out of the way. We don't want those anymore. We've paid our dues, and that won't happen again. But I would love to forget the manufacturing issues. The next one is another thing I would like to forget. And this is kind of a twofold. Companies in our industry going out of business. That is not good for anyone. It's not good for consumers when we have fewer choices. It is not good for other businesses. Like, for example, Joann Fabric went out of business this year. That just does no one any good. Even though Michaels now is bringing in fabric, it really doesn't do Michaels a lot of good because they've had to pivot in a way that maybe wasn't part of their plan. But also sometimes when this happens, then consumers say, well, you know what? I'm just not going to do that anymore. I'm not going to scrapbook anymore. I'm not going to knit anymore. I'm not going to do any of these things anymore. So that is not good for anyone involved when that happens. I'll just add on to that. It's not good for this is what I'm going to say. It's not good for the circle of life. Circle of life, right? I mean, all parts of circle of life are important. So if you pull one out, if you pull